and welcome to the Sleepy Club. This is the place where we learn while we drift off to sleep. Calm, thoughtful stories that share knowledge and gently guide you into rest. Tonight's story takes us into the quiet, shimmering world of plants, a realm of soft green stillness where leaves listen and roots wander beneath the soil. As you listen, allow your body to loosen. Let your thoughts soften and let sleep come naturally. If you enjoy learning while you drift asleep, don't forget to subscribe so you can return for more gentle bedtime stories. And if you'd like, share your thoughts in the comments. Now, settle comfortably into your bed. Take a slow, deep breath in and gently let it go. Allow your eyes to close, your body to soften, and your thoughts to grow quiet. Leave behind the noise of the day and drift toward a calm and restful night. Now, we begin our journey into the slow, patient, and quietly extraordinary world of plants. Let us begin with the structure of a plant's body shaped by millions of years of elegant engineering. Every plant, no matter how small or towering, is composed of three main organs: root, stems, and leaves. Together they weave an interdependent dance of water, light, minerals, and motionless motion. They are Roots are the hidden foundations of the plant world. They anchor the body in place, gripping the soil with a strength that belies their softness. They absorb water and minerals, reaching outward in branching patterns that resemble underground constellations. But roots do more than drink. They sense gravity, moisture barriers, and nutrients. They explore as if tasting the very earth. And when they meet obstacles, they make choices, curving around stones, slowing in dense soil, or sending subtle messages to the plant above to adjust growth and strategy. Then, a single tree can extend its roots 2 or 3 times wider than its own height. Underground, these networks become vast and complex, sometimes even merging with the roots of neighboring plants, allowing them to share resources in quiet cooperation. Above the soil, the stem rises. This structure holds the body upright, lifting leaves toward the sun and carrying nutrients through a living network of tubes that run inside like organic highways. The exile draws water upward from root to leaf, pulled by the gentle force of transpiration, like a straw made of living tissue. The flow moves sugars through the plant in multiple directions, feeding the growing tips, the roots, and anything in between. It is the plant's postal system, delivering energy where it is needed most. And then there are the leaves, luminous green marvels, shaped for one purpose: to drink sunlight. Thin, broad surfaces catch the light like pages of an open book, while tiny pores called stomata breathe in carbon dioxide and exhale oxygen in a measured exchange. Inside each leaf, millions of chloroplasts work tirelessly, turning sunlight, air, and water into glucose. This act, photosynthesis, is the ancient spell that powers nearly every living thing on Earth, including you, including me. Leaves come in endless forms, each adapted to its environment. Needles that conserve water in cold, dry regions, wide banana leaves that capture jungle light, thick, succulent leaves that store precious moisture in the desert. Every shape is a quiet story of survival, an answer to a challenge whispered by climate and soil. Plants are not static. Their bodies change shape depending on what life asks of them, a phenomenon called phenotypic plasticity. A single species may grow tall and slender in shade or short and full in sunlight, Roots may dive deep during drought, or spread outward when nutrients are scarce. Nothing is random, every adjustment, a gentle response to a shifting world. Some plants carry strange gifts forged by evolution. Tendrils twist like searching fingers, allowing stems to climb toward brighter skies. Thorns and spines stand guard, sharp reminders that even gentle beings must sometimes defend themselves. Underground bulbs and tubers store energy for lean seasons like tiny treasure chests buried in the dark. And then, of course, flowers. Their colors and scents are not simple beauty, but invitations crafted to attract pollinators. Bees, bats, birds, even the wind answer these invitations carrying pollen from blossom to blossom, ensuring the continuation of life. Fruit forms, as a result, the mature ovary of the flower, dressed in sweetness, so animals will help spread the seeds within. Young to young. Plants, unlike animals, can grow indefinitely, adding new leaves, new stems, new roots throughout their lives. Their growth is not frantic but purposeful, a slow choreography that becomes visible only when time is sped up. In time-lapse, the plant world becomes a silent ballet, leaves turning roots, weaving flowers, opening with slow, gentle sighs. This is the quiet power of the plant body, self-building, solar-powered, resilient, adaptable. A being that filters air, creates food, anchors soil, and stands steady in wind and storm, all without rushing, without noise, without ever taking a single step. If you have ever looked at a plant and thought nothing much is happening, you may be surprised to learn how much awareness can exist in silence. Plants do not have brains. They do not write thoughts across neurons or store memories in the ways animals do, yet they sense, respond, and adjust with a subtle intelligence carried through chemistry, light, and slow intention. This concept, plant intelligence, once dismissed as fanciful, is now a serious field of study. A climbing plant, for example, does not simply grow blindly toward a support. Offer it two choices, a short stick nearby and a taller pole farther away, and it will often lean toward the option that promises better long-term support, as if weighing outcomes before committing. No brain, still a decision. Long-term. Mid-in. Plants use complex networks of hormones, electrical impulses, and chemical gradients to process information. Some signals move slowly, others surprisingly fast, similar in speed to impulses in simple animal nervous systems, though without neurons. Consider the mimosa plant, famous for folding its leaves when touched. Researchers dropped mimosa plants gently from a small height. At first, the plants responded by closing their leaves, but after enough harmless repetitions, they stopped reacting. They had learned that this stimulus was not dangerous. Even weeks later, they remembered. This is habituation, one of the simplest forms of learning. Another experiment placed plants in a Y-shaped maze. A light source was paired with a gentle fan. After training, the plants began growing toward the fan alone, even when the light was removed, showing they had formed an association. It is classical conditioning, but in green. No shade. Yet we must be clear, this is not consciousness. Plants do not ponder existence or tell stories inside themselves. Their intelligence is distributed, not centralized. Each root tip, each leaf surface acts as a tiny decision-making point, gathering and processing data from its surroundings. This chemical communication is one of their strongest tools. When attacked by insects, a plant releases airborne comms that warn nearby plants to strengthen their defenses. Some signals are so specific they reveal the exact attacker, caterpillar or aphid, and neighboring plants listen, just as specifically boosting bitterness toxins or structural strength before danger arrives. Resource allocation is another quiet brilliance. A sunflower growing beside competitors chooses where to spend its energy, leaning slightly toward the best light-shifting growth, away from crowded patches, and adjusting root behavior underground. Roots are among the most remarkable strategists in nature. They explore rather than merely extend. They test soil pockets for nutrients, moisture, acidity, and toxins. A nutrient-rich patch triggers branching, a toxic one triggers retreat. Roots can even recognize kin. In some species, roots growing beside relatives behave less competitively, sharing space and nutrients more generously. Among strangers, they become aggressive, colonizing the soil faster. Mantas. This social sensitivity extends to light detection. Plants sense the ratio of red to far red light, revealing whether taller neighbors are blocking the sun. If they detect shade, they elongate rapidly, trying to escape suppression. These slow battles unfold over days, yet shape entire ecosystems. Memory appears again in drought response. A plant that has experienced dryness before reacts faster in the next drought, altering gene expression. Earlier closing stomata, sooner conserving water more efficiently. There is no mind, but there is retention. Biology, remembering through chemistry. Distributed intelligence may be the most astonishing idea of all. With no brain to damage plants, survive even after losing major parts of themselves. Cut back a shrub, and it reorganizes its growth pattern without panic. Break a branch from a tree, and signals reroute silently. Intelligence is not located anywhere, because it is everywhere. So when you pass a tree, or water, a small herb in your kitchen, know this: you are standing near a being that senses light, humidity, vibration, chemicals, proximity, danger, and opportunity. It chooses growth directions, strategizes resource use, negotiates space with neighbors, and forms alliances through fungi and air. It is aware, just not like us. Plants show us that intelligence does not always roar or move quickly. Sometimes intelligence is patient, quiet, and slow as a leaf turning toward morning light. Roots live in a world we rarely see yet. They shape the life of every plant above them. If you could shrink yourself and sink into the soil, you would find a bustling underground city where roots, fungi, microbes, and chemical signals weave a constant exchange of life. Though roots appear simple pale threads reaching outward, they are in truth explorers, merchants, communicators, and architects of entire ecosystems. A root does far more than anchor a plant. It senses moisture gradients, mineral availability, oxygen levels, density changes, and even nearby organisms. It tastes the soil moment by moment and chooses its direction with intention. Watch a time lapse of a root and you will see something that looks uncannily like exploration, pausing, redirecting, branching, pressing forward. But roots are not alone. One of the most profound alliances in the plant world is the partnership between roots and fungi, called mycorrhizae. These fungi wrap around or weave into the roots, extending impossibly fine networks through the soil. They can reach minerals and water far beyond the plant's natural range, and offer them up like gifts. In return, the plant sends sugars crafted from sunlight down into the dark, feeding its fungal partners. This exchange is not rare. Over 90% of terrestrial plants rely on these fungal allies. They form a living economic system where sugar trades for nitrogen, phosphorus, and micronutrients. Without fungi, many plants would struggle to survive in nutrient-poor soils. Without plants, the fungi would starve. Their connection is ancient, symbiotic, and foundational to life on land. Through these fungal networks, something even more astonishing happens. Plants become connected to each other, forming communal webs of exchange, often called the wood wide web. Through this underground pathway, trees share warnings, nutrients, and subtle messages. When one tree suffers drought, neighbors may send extra sugars or water through the mycorrhizal highways. When an insect chews a leaf, chemical alarms may travel underground, preparing nearby plants to defend themselves. Some trees, especially older ones, act as hubs, sometimes called mother trees. Their extensive roots provide support for seedlings too small to capture enough light. A mother tree may funnel nutrients into her children not out of kindness, but because supporting her genetic lineage strengthens the forest as a whole. Yet she may also share with unrelated species, creating stability across the entire community. Not all root interactions are so gentle. Plants can wage chemical war in silence. Some roots release compounds that inhibit or poison competitors, a tactic called allelopathy. The black walnut tree is famous for this, exuding a chemical called juglone that prevents many plants from growing nearby. It is a quiet assertion of territory, a botanical keep out sign written in molecules instead of fences. Still, roots remain astonishingly perceptive. They can detect the vibrations of running water and grow toward the sound even when no moisture is present. They can sense the presence of neighboring roots before touching them, adjusting competition or cooperation, depending on whether the neighbor is kin or a stranger. Roots also host entire micro-ecosystems. Beneficial bacteria form nodules on leguma roots, transforming atmospheric nitrogen into usable fertilizer. Other microbes help fight pathogens, digest organic matter, or create protective films around root surfaces. In healthy soil, these relationships form a dynamic community where plants, microbes, fungi, and minerals constantly trade and transform one another. When a root senses disease or infection, it does not wait helplessly. It releases antimicrobial compounds, alters growth, redirecting new roots away from danger, or signals the rest of the plant to activate chemical defenses. Communication flows upward and downward like a nervous system made from water pressure hormones and electric pulses. If the underground network thrives, the ecosystem above becomes stronger. Forests endure droughts more gracefully. Grasslands rebound after grazing. Wetlands regenerate after disturbance. The health of the surface mirrors the unseen harmony below. In agriculture, this hidden world is being rediscovered. Farmers now protect soil life through reduced till and cover crops and rotations that keep fungal networks intact. When these underground webs remain unbroken, crops grow stronger, with less fertilizer and fewer chemicals. Nature's original technology proves more efficient than many modern inventions. Engineers have begun studying root behavior and fungal networks as models for decentralized problem solving. A network that can grow, self-repair, reroute around obstacles, and distribute resources efficiently is a template for future robotics, computing, and ecological design. The algorithms of soil may one day shape the algorithms of machines. Yet beyond all science, there is something quietly profound in knowing what lies beneath our feet. Under every field, forest, sidewalk, and tiny house plant lives a hidden universe, busy, alive, communicating, trading, supporting, competing, surviving. It is a world of whispers, chemical conversations, and living architecture, woven gently in the dark. Roots remind us that what matters most is often unseen. That strength grows from connection. That survival is not only individual, but communal. And that deep below the noise of the world, an ancient conversation continues, one that has shaped life on Earth long before we arrived, and will continue long after we sleep. Perchance, there is something quietly magical about sunlight, filtering through leaves, turning the morning air soft and gold. It looks peaceful, gentle, almost decorative, yet within every beam of light landing on a leaf, an ancient miracle begins. Photosynthesis is one of the most elegant processes on Earth, the alchemy that transforms light into life. It feeds forests, fields, oceans, and cities. It feeds you, and it feeds me. At its heart, photosynthesis is the plant's way of capturing sunlight, water, and carbon dioxide, and using them to build glucose, a simple sugar that fuels nearly all life. In the process, plants release oxygen, a generous gift to the planet, a gift we breathe every moment without thinking. Inside each leaf, tiny green organelles called chloroplasts act as shimmering factories. These chloroplasts contain chlorophyll, the pigment that gives plants their green glow and absorbs light with astonishing efficiency. When chlorophyll catches a photon, the energy excites electrons, launching them into complex chains of reactions. Within these tiny spaces, an entire universe of chemistry hums quietly. Photosynthesis takes place in two main stages: the light-dependent reactions and the light-independent reactions. The first stage happens in the thylakoid membranes, delicate stacks inside the chloroplast. When light strikes chlorophyll, water molecules split, releasing oxygen and sending hydrogen and electrons into motion. ATP and NADF, the plant's energy-carrying molecules, form like tiny charged batteries. These batteries hold the energy of sunlight, waiting for the moment they will be used to build sugar. Then comes the Calvin cycle, the light-independent stage where carbon dioxide enters the story. Using the stored energy from ATP and NADF, the plant assembles carbon molecules into glucose. It is a quiet construction, a slow weaving of atoms into fuel. Glucose can become energy for growth, be stored as starch for later, or be transformed into cellulose to strengthen cell walls. This process seems simple, serene, almost effortless when viewed from afar, but on a molecular level, it is a masterpiece. Millions of reactions firing in disciplined harmony each moment of every sunny day. A single tree leaf performs this dance countless times, keeping the world alive leaf by leaf, cell by cell. Plants adjust their photosynthesis depending on the world around them. In bright sunlight, they become productive powerhouses. In shade, they conserve energy. During drought, they close stomata to prevent water loss, even if this slows carbon intake. Every adjustment is a negotiation between survival and opportunity. In hot, sunny environments, photosynthesis faces a problem. The enzyme rubisco sometimes mistakes oxygen for carbon dioxide, wasting precious energy. To overcome this, some plants evolved C4 photosynthesis, separating key steps into different cells to concentrate carbon dioxide. Corn, sugar cane, and some grasses follow this method, thriving where heat would cripple other species. Other plants such as cacti and succulents evolved cam photosynthesis. They open their stomata only at night, storing carbon dioxide in special forms to use during the day. This clever rhythm reduces water loss, letting them survive in deserts where life seems impossible. Photosynthesis has not only shaped plants, it has shaped the entire planet. Billions of years ago, ancient cyanobacteria began releasing oxygen, transforming Earth's atmosphere from a hostile wasteland into a cradle for complex life. The Great Oxygenation Event changed everything, setting the stage for animals, fungi, and eventually humans. Every breath you take is a soft echo of that transformation. Today, photosynthesis regulates climate by removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Forests, wetlands, and grasslands act as immense natural sinks, helping cool the earth. Even the oceans join in. Tiny phytoplankton drifting in waves produce nearly half of the planet's oxygen. Every second breath you inhale was made by the sea. Yet despite all this power, photosynthesis remains gentle. No roaring engines, no smoke, no destruction. Just light, water, and air woven into food and oxygen by quiet beings who never ask for credit. Even in cities, photosynthesis hums on balconies, rooftops, and roadside trees. A single leaf catching sunlight is a small act of planetary healing. A reminder that life persists even in concrete landscapes. And most poetic of all is the idea that plants turn what we cannot use sunlight into what sustains us. They catch brightness and store it as sweetness in fruit, as strength in seeds, as breath in oxygen. They turn radiance into nourishment. They turn light into life. Do you see? So when you see sunlight glitter across leaves, or notice a tree shifting gently in the wind, take a moment to appreciate the hidden chemistry unfolding in silence. In every photon captured and every molecule assembled, there is a quiet brilliance, a steady promise, a world being rebuilt one ray at a time. Imagine living your whole life in one place, unable to run, unable to hide, yet still managing to survive storms, predators, drought, and competition. For plants, this is not a disadvantage, but a challenge. They meet with chemistry, patience, and deeply coordinated internal signals. These signals are plant hormones, the quiet messengers that choreograph every bend, bloom, stretch, and curl. Plants use hormones much like animals do, but without a bloodstream to deliver them. Instead, these molecules drift through cell walls, sap, and tissues, guiding development, behavior, and response with slow, rhythmic precision. One of the most famous hormones is auxin, the lead singer of the plant hormone orchestra. Auxin directs the plant's growth, especially its movement toward light, a phenomenon called phototropism. When light touches one side of a stem, auxin shifts to the shaded side, causing those cells to elongate. The stem bends gently toward the sun like a sleepy dancer turning toward warmth. Auxin also shapes root growth, but here its effect reverses. In stems, auxin encourages elongation. In roots, it sows it. This difference creates gravitropism, the ability of roots to sense and follow gravity as they dive downward. When a plant is tilted, auxin collects on the lower side of the root, slowing growth, there causing the root to bend back toward the earth. One molecule, two opposite results depending on where it travels. But auxin does not work alone. Gibberellins, another major group of hormones, encourage stem elongation, seed germination, and flowering. If auxin is the architect, gibberellin is the builder, adding height, energy, and momentum to the plant's form. Cytokinins join the collaboration, stimulating cell division and balancing the partnership between roots and shoots. While auxin favors root development, cytokinins lean toward shoots. Together, they negotiate the plant's structure, deciding whether to reach upward for light or deepen downward for stability. Abscisic acid plays the role of guardian, especially in times of stress. During drought, it signals stomata to close, preventing water loss, even as the sun burns overhead. It keeps seeds dormant until conditions are right, delaying germination, until survival is likely. It is the plant's emergency brake, a quiet shield in harsh moments. Etulena, the only gaseous hormone, acts like a storyteller traveling swiftly through air and tissue. It guides fruit ripening, flower wilting, and leaf fall, marking transitions in the plant's life. The scent of a ripening banana, the softening of a pear, the sudden golden drop of autumn, leaves all whisper of ethylene drifting quietly from cell to cell. When a seedling pushes through soil meeting resistance, ethylene helps it change form, thickening the stem, slowing vertical growth, and preparing it for the world above. It is strength training for a new life emerging from darkness. These hormones rarely act alone. They converse, influence, and counterbalance one another, creating a chemical dialogue that directs the plant's shape, behavior, and survival. The result is a coordinated dance expressed not in muscles but in growth. This dance can be slow, like a stem bending toward light, or surprisingly fast, like the sudden folding of a mimosa leaf. Mimosa pudica collapses its leaves when touched, using changes in water pressure rather than growth. Specialized cells release water rapidly, causing the leaflets to fold inward as if the plant is flinching. Moments later, the cells refill and the leaf opens again. The Venus flytrap exhibits one of the fastest plant movements known. Two touches on its trigger hairs within about 20 seconds send an electrical signal across the leaf, snapping the trap shut. It is a movement with purpose, conserving energy by avoiding false alarms, waiting for certainty before acting. Other movements are a rhythmic part of the plant's daily routine. Many flowers open in the morning and close at dusk, guided by circadian rhythms, internal clocks that continue even in darkness. Leaves of some species rise and fall throughout the day, like slow breathing responding to cycles of light and temperature. Seed germination, too, is governed by careful hormonal negotiation. Gibberellins push the seed to awaken, softening the coat and activating enzymes, while abscisic acid resists, holding the seed in protective stillness. When conditions align, water, warmth, light, the balance shifts, and life begins pushing its first root into the soil. Throughout growth, a plant constantly adjusts. A tree on a windy hillside strengthens the side facing the wind. A vine searching for support twirls until it finds something to grasp. Leaves tilt, change, angle, and reposition to maximize sunlight without wasting energy. Every shift is subtle, intentional, a conversation between hormones, environment, and structure. Time-lapse reveals the beauty of these movements. A vine spiraling outward, a bud unfurling, a sunflower tracking the sun across the sky. All appear almost alive in an animal sense, revealing that stillness is an illusion. Plants live in motion, just not human motion. In their quiet choreography, plants show us a different kind of intelligence, one that listens more than it speaks, one that responds without haste, one that reshapes itself without ever running away. They remind us that growth can be gentle, motion can be slow, and change can come not through force, but through patient, elegant adjustment, whispered through chemistry. Plants may not have mouths or voices, yet they communicate with a richness and complexity that rivals entire animal communities. They whisper warnings, share resources, summon allies, and even manipulate other creatures, all through the invisible language of chemicals, timing, and subtle vibrations. Their world is quiet, but never silent. One of the clearest examples of plant communication begins with danger. When a leaf is bitten by a caterpillar, the plant releases volatile organic compounds, tiny airborne chemicals, that drift through the air like invisible signals. To us, they smell faintly green or grassy. To nearby plants, they are alarm bells. Those neighbors, upon receiving the message, strengthen their defenses, thickening tissues, creating bitter compounds, or preparing toxins before the enemy even arrives. These messages are specific. A tobacco plant attacked by caterpillars releases a different chemical blend than one attacked by aphids. Some plants can even distinguish between mechanical damage, such as a cut, and biological attack, because the saliva of insects triggers unique chemical pathways. Plants know the difference between accident and intention. Many signals are not just warnings, but calls for help. Some plants summon predators of the insects that attack them. A tobacco plant under caterpillar assault releases a scent that attracts parasitic wasps. The wasps follow the chemical trail, find the caterpillars, and lay their eggs inside them. The larvae then consume the attacker from within. It is brutal and brilliant, a plant outsourcing its defense to winged allies. These signals vary with extraordinary precision. Plants adjust the chemical recipe based on the type of danger, the time of day, and even past experiences. They do not simply panic, they strategize. Communication is not limited to the air. Beneath the soil, roots exchange messages through water, chemical gradients, and fungal partners. The mycorrhizal networks that connect plants allow warnings, nutrients, and subtle cues to travel across distances larger than any one root system could reach alone. A plant suffering drought may receive carbon from neighbors. A tree attacked by disease may trigger immune responses in the forest around it. Plants can even prime one another. A sagebrush releasing distress chemicals prepares neighboring plants to activate defenses sooner than they would normally, something like handing out umbrellas before a storm breaks. This preparation increases survival across the entire community. Not all chemical messages are friendly. Some plants sabotage their rivals by releasing compounds that inhibit germination or stunt growth. This allelopathy is a quiet territorial act, sending competitors into decline without visible conflict. The black walnut does this by releasing juglone, creating zones where few other species can thrive. Communication also influences pollination. Flowers and fragrant invitations to bees, butterflies, birds, bats, and beetles, timing their scents to match when their pollinators are most active. Some flowers strengthen their perfume at dusk to call moths. Others shift their scent after pollination, telling visitors the nectar bar is closed. Some plants go beyond attraction into deception. Orchids famously lure male insects by mimicking not only the shape, but also the pheromonal scent of female insects. Males attempt to mate with the flower, brushing against pollen in the process. It is a botanical con, a trick of beauty and chemistry. Other flowers promise nectar, but to deliver none, tricking pollinators into visiting just once, a strategy that still spreads pollen, even if visitors soon learn not to return. Communication does not always travel from plant to animal, or plant to plant. Sometimes plants eavesdrop. Potsia. A plant detecting chemical warnings from a neighbor may preemptively activate its own defenses, preparing for trouble before it arrives. Circadian rhythms also shape communication. Morning hours may intensify certain defenses while evening enhances fragrance. Plants time their messages not only to conditions, but to the rhythms of life around them. Scientists are exploring how to use plant communication in agriculture. Instead of pesticides, fields might one day be treated with natural plant warning signals telling crops to prepare for pests. Or crops might be bred to attract beneficial insects more effectively using a language nature has spoken for millions of years. Oh, what is most extraordinary is that all these conversations happen without sound, yet they shape forests, fields, gardens, and oceans. The world is filled with plant messages, drifting on breezes, flowing through soil, humming in molecules that our senses cannot detect. Now, plants have been speaking long before any animal voice evolved. Their whispers shaped ecosystems, continents, and climates. And although we are only just learning to listen, their language has been here, always weaving through green spaces like a soft, unending poem. To walk through a garden or forest is to stand inside a quiet conversation, unfolding on every side warnings, alliances, invitations, and deceptions carried in the air, the soil, and the cells of every leaf. It is a hidden dialogue, but a powerful one. Plants speak, and the world responds. Plants cannot flee when danger arrives. They cannot run from jaws, claws, wind, or drought. Yet despite this stillness, they survive in a world full of hungry mouths, sharp teeth, piercing insects, and grinding forces. How do they do it? By mastering a vast arsenal of defenses, crafted through millions of years of evolution. Subtle strategies that blend chemistry, structure, and deception. The simplest defenses are physical. Thorns, spines, and prickles form botanical armor, discouraging animals from biting or brushing too closely. A cactus needle is a modified leaf honed into a sharp weapon. A rose's prickles grow from the epidermis like tiny spears. These structures do not guarantee safety, but they make every attempted bite a calculation of risk. Other plants cloak themselves in fine hairs called trichomes that irritate, cling, or trap small insects. Some trichomes simply make the surface unpleasant. Others, like those of the stinging nettle, inject chemicals that cause burning, itching, or numbness. One soft brush of the hand becomes a harsh reminder that this green being is not unprotected. That's why. But surface defenses are only the beginning. Plants wield chemical defenses with extraordinary precision. Many produce compounds that taste bitter, toxic, or impossible to digest. Alkaloids such as caffeine, nicotine, morphine, and quinine began not as gifts to humanity, but as plant weapons. These molecules disrupt insect nervous systems, make leaves unpalatable, or act as poisons. Tannins bind to proteins, making digestion difficult, turning a mouthful of leaves into a low-reward, high-effort meal. Cyanogenic glycosides release hydrogen cyanide when plant tissue is damaged, providing a deadly surprise to any creature that bites too deeply. Glucosinolates, found in mustard cabbage and horseradish, create sharp, pungent flavors that repel herbivores with chemical heat. Dancer. Humans might enjoy these flavors in sauces, teas, and medicines, but to a grazing animal, they are warnings carved from sulfur, nitrogen, and botanical strategy. No. Plants also attract bodyguards. Bushot. When attacked, some species send airborne signals that summon predatory insects. Corn, cotton, and lima beans release scents that call parasitic wasps or predatory mites, which then attack the herbivores feeding on the plant. It is an elegant delegation to take care of my enemies, and I will feed you with opportunity. This recruitment is not accidental. The chemical mixtures differ depending on the attacker. Chewing caterpillars trigger one signal, piercing insects another. Another. Plants do not send vague cries for help. They send detailed dispatches. Some species maintain permanent alliances. Acacia trees provide nectar and hollow thorns as living quarters for ants. In return, the ants patrol the tree, attacking herbivores and even cutting back neighboring plants that threaten to shade their host. It is a fierce mutualism. The plant offers shelter and food, and the ants become soldiers. Defense can also take the form of trickery. Passion flower vines have evolved spots on their leaves resembling butterfly eggs. Female butterflies avoid laying eggs on leaves already claimed by competitors. The plant does not kill the caterpillar and convinces the mother not to come. Other plants play dead. The sensitive plant Mimosa pudica folds its leaves abruptly when touched, making itself less appealing. The movement is quick, dramatic, and reversible, as if the plant is momentarily withdrawing from the world. Then, some defenses involve timing on a scale only plants can master. Certain trees participate in masting, producing enormous numbers of seeds, all at once overwhelming predators who simply cannot eat them all. In the years between mast events, the trees produce very few seeds, keeping predator populations low. It is a long game played across decades, a population-level strategy of abundance and scarcity. These chemical and physical defenses can be constitutive, always present, or induced activated only when needed. Constitutive defenses offer constant protection, but cost energy. Induced defenses save resources but require quick response when danger strikes. Most plants weave both approaches into their survival strategy, balancing vigilance and efficiency. Yes, not so. As focus, there is even memory in these defenses. A plant attacked once may respond faster and more intensely the next time, as molecular traces linger, shaping future reactions. Not memory of fear or experience, but memory of chemistry. Every thorn, every bitter leaf, every fragrant alarm released to the wind is a testament to the resilience of plants. They do not fight with speed or teeth. They fight with patient structure, timing, and quiet ingenuity. To walk through a forest is to walk through a battleground softened by green. Every plant carries scars, strategies, and stories of survival, and in their silent, steadfast way, they remind us that strength does not always shout. Sometimes it grows slowly, quietly, deliberately, in the shape of a leaf that refuses to be eaten. Pollination is one of those quiet processes that sustain life without ever demanding attention. Without it, the world would lose apples, berries, chocolate, vanilla, coffee, and much of the food that fills our tables. Yet it unfolds delicately in petals, fragrance, and tiny exchanges between flowers and the creatures that visit them. It is not just biology. It is a dance, ancient, patient, and full of intention. Flowering plants cannot walk across a meadow to find a mate, so they turn themselves into invitations. Color, scent, warmth, and nectar become tools of attraction crafted to appeal to the senses of animals. who will unknowingly carry pollen from one bloom to another. Some plants rely on wind, a brute force strategy that releases clouds of pollen into the air, hoping chance will bring grains to receptive flowers. Wind pollination is imprecise, wasteful, and responsible for allergy season, but in grasses, oaks, and many trees, it is enough. Other plants pursue elegance. Bees are among the most important pollinators on Earth. Flowers designed for bees glow in colors bees can see, especially blues and violets. These blossoms often carry ultraviolet nectar guides, invisible to humans, but shining like landing lights for bees, directing them toward the sweet center of the flower. When the bee drinks nectar, its fuzzy body brushes against pollen, which it carries to the next blossom, continuing the cycle. Butterflies prefer long, tubular flowers, offering a comfortable landing surface. Their feeding style is gentle, their visits unhurried, and their favored blooms often brightly colored in pinks, oranges, and reds. Moths take the night shift. Their flowers open at dusk pale or white, so they reflect moonlight, releasing strong, sweet scents that drift through cool evening air. Yasmin evening. Primrose and yucca flowers brighten the darkness with fragrance made for nocturnal wings. Hummingbirds bring fire and precision. Their flowers of vivid red or orange colors bees do not see well. Made for hovering visitors, these blossoms hold deep wells of nectar. Hummingbirds drink while suspended in the air, and their foreheads dust themselves with pollen each time they reach inside a bloom. Bats pollinate large sturdy flowers, often smelling faintly of fruit or musk. When they swoop in to drink nectar, their entire bodies become dusted with pollen. Tropical trees, including bananas, guavas, and many mangroves, depend on these nighttime gardeners. Bateless, some of the oldest pollinators favor spicy, musky, or strong scents. Magnolias, ancient in lineage, are shaped to withstand their heavy, clumsy visits. Pollination is often cooperative, but sometimes deceptive. Orchids are masters of trickery. They mimic female insects in both shape and pheromone scent. Male insects, fooled by the illusion, attempt to mate with the flower, brushing against pollen in the process. The plant spreads its genes through seduction and disappointment. Other flowers offer no nectar at all, merely the promise of it. They rely on first-time visitors to transfer pollen before learning the truth. Even false advertising has its place in the evolutionary playbook. Some partnerships are so tight that plant and pollinator depend entirely on each other. The yucca plant and the yucca moth have a relationship built on trust and necessity. The female moth gathers pollen intentionally, something most pollinators never do, and places it on another flower's stigma before laying her eggs inside. The larvae eat some seeds, but many remain to grow. A delicate balance ensures both species survive. The fig and the fig wasp relationship is stranger still. Each fig species has its own specialized wasp, which enters the inverted flower chamber to lay eggs and pollinate simultaneously. The life cycle of the fig depends on the wasp, and the wasp depends on the fig, a mutual story told for millions of years. Pollination is not only natural, but deeply entwined with human agriculture. Crops like almonds require billions of bees transported in hives across regions each spring. Entire industries rely on the journey of these buzzing workers. Without pollinators, much of the world's food system would collapse. But pollinators face challenges. Habitat loss, pesticides, disease, and climate change threaten their populations. Wild bees, bumblebees, butterflies, moths, and beetles are just as important as honeybees, yet often overlooked. Protecting them means protecting the plants that feed us. People around the world now plant wildflower strips, rooftop gardens, and pollinator-friendly landscapes, offering sanctuaries for these crucial creatures. Even a single balcony pot can become a small refuge, a tiny contribution to a much larger story. In the end, pollination is a celebration of partnership. Opens a visitor, arrives a seed forms. Life continues because of this gentle exchange, the meeting of two beings who need nothing from each other except presence. The plant offers nectar, beauty, and nourishment. The pollinator carries pollen across space, bridging one bloom to another. It is a quiet generosity, woven into the rhythms of daylight and dusk, a reminder that life often thrives not through conflict, but through cooperation. Next time you see a bee hover over a daisy or a hummingbird flash past a trumpet flower, pause and notice the choreography. What seems like a sip of nectar is actually an ancient pact keeping ecosystems vibrant and plates full and seasons rich with color. In between, pollination is the whisper that tells the world to bloom again and again and again. Night changes everything for plants. When the sun slips below the horizon, the world dims, cools, softens, and plants shift into a different rhythm, a slower, quieter pulse of light. We often imagine that plants sleep when darkness falls, yet their nights are anything but empty. Beneath the surface, in cells, leaves, roots, and flowers, a rich nocturnal world awakens. During the day, plants spread their leaves to capture light, drinking in photons and turning them into energy. But at night, photosynthesis stops and the plant's priorities change. Instead of gathering energy, they use it. Zugas created during the day are carefully meted out through the night, fueling growth, repair, and internal housekeeping. This nighttime budgeting is precise. Many plants divide their stored sugar so perfectly that the reserve lasts until dawn, never too much, never too little. If the night is unexpectedly long, perhaps due to clouds or seasonal change, the plant adjusts its consumption rate so that energy lasts until sunrise. It is a quiet calculation, a living equation, solved in darkness. While daylight belongs to photosynthesis, night belongs to respiration and growth. Many plants grow faster in the dark, elongating stems, roots, and shoots, while their cells freely expand without the constraints of direct sunlight. Time-lapse videos reveal this hidden activity: stems stretching, buds swelling, leaves shifting position as if breathing softly through the night. Night also guides flowers. Some flowers close their petals at dusk, protecting pollen from dew or nighttime herbivore. This rhythmic opening and closing follows internal circadian clocks that continue even if plants are kept in constant darkness. But not all blooms retreat from night. Some flowers come alive only when the sky darkens, pale moonlit blossoms evolving specifically for nocturnal pollinators. These night flowers often glow in whites or soft yellows, reflecting even small traces of moonlight. Their scents intensify, becoming stronger, sweeter, richer, drifting across cool air to call moths, bats, and beetles. The queen of the night, cactus, produces a magnificent flower that blooms only once for a single night, filling the air with fragrance before wilting by dawn. The night-blooming jasmine releases its most enchanting perfume after sunset, turning gardens into invisible seas of sweetness. The evening primrose opens its petals in mere minutes as twilight falls, offering itself to moths who navigate by scent rather than color. While flowers speak through scent, leaves speak through posture. Many plants change the orientation of their leaves at night, folding them downward or inward, a behavior known as einstinesti. Legumes close their leaflets like tiny green umbrellas. Prayer plants raise and lower their leaves based on internal rhythms, creating soft rustling motions almost like a whispered ritual. These movements often serve practical purposes. Folding leaves reduces heat loss during chilly nights or protects delicate surfaces from dew and fungal spores. In some cases, the new position deters nighttime herbivores. Roots too behave differently in darkness. While shoots slow down or sleep, roots often become more active, exploring the soil, branching outward, searching for water and nutrients. Growth underground intensifies when the above-ground world rests. Night becomes the hour of subterranean expansion. Some plants exhibit nighttime electrical activity, spikes that resemble neural patterns, though much slower, suggesting a complex internal regulation system. These pulses may coordinate growth, defense, or hormonal changes, preparing the plant for the coming dawn. Temperature shifts at night also trigger responses. Cooler air slows water loss, allowing stomata to behave differently. In camp plants such as cacti and many succulents, stomata open at night, instead of day, conserving precious moisture in scorching environments. They inhale carbon dioxide under the stars, storing it for use when daylight returns. It is a survival strategy built on listening to the sky. Nighttime brings fewer herbivores, but those that roam after dark pose different challenges. Plants shift their chemical defenses, accordingly altering toxin levels or scents to deter nocturnal feeders. Some increase bitter compounds, others thicken their cellular structures. Plants even communicate at night. Airborne signals continue drifting among leaves. Root networks continue passing messages through fungi. Distress scents still travel on cool breezes, reaching neighbors who listen even in the dark. Communication never sleeps. In agriculture, understanding night behavior reveals how to optimize growth and health. Certain crops recover better from heat stress during nighttime cooling. Others require long or short nights to trigger flowering, setting the rhythm for entire harvest seasons. But beyond science, there is something deeply poetic about the way plants inhabit darkness. They do not fear the night like some animals. They do not retreat in panic. They simply shift gently into another mode of living, using quiet hours to grow, heal, breathe, and prepare for morning. To walk through a garden at night is to witness a different world. Leaves adjusting flowers, releasing fragrance, vines stretching, roots working silently beneath your feet. What seems still is full of life. What seems sleeping is awake in its own way. Plants remind us that growth does not always require light and progress does not always happen in brightness. Sometimes the most important changes unfold in darkness, where calm conditions allow delicate processes to flourish. Night is not an interruption for plants. It is a chapter, a breath, a necessary counterpoint to day, a time when life continues quietly unfolding in the rhythm of stars. Nitanda. Seasons shape the lives of plants with a rhythm both gentle and powerful, a repeating cycle of growth, rest, transformation, and renewal. While humans track time in calendars, plants read the world through temperature, light, moisture, and subtle environmental cues, learning the language of shifting seasons long before our earliest ancestors learned to speak. Spring arrives as a soft awakening. After months of cold darkness and stillness, seedlings begin to stir beneath the soil. Stored sugars collected during the previous year become fuel for new beginnings. Buds swell and crack open, revealing tender leaves, eager to meet the sun. Hormones surge within stem, signaling that it is time to grow, push, and reclaim the world. Many plants measure the lengthening daylight through a process called photoperiodism. As days stretch longer, certain chemical pathways activate, triggering flowering in long-day plants, such as spinach and clover. Others, like chrysanthemums and poinsettias, bloom only when nights are long, making them short-day plants. This timing prevents flowers from appearing too early when pollinators are scarce or too late when frost looms. Summer brings abundance. Leaves reach full size, drinking in sunlight with quiet determination. Photosynthesis operates at its peak, fueling rapid expansion. Flowers open in bright signatures of color, summoning bees, butterflies, birds, and countless other pollinators. Fruits swell, seeds form, and life is everywhere, pulsing with warmth. But even in summer, plants navigate challenges. Heat stresses leaves as water evaporates quickly. Some species conserve moisture by closing stomata during the hottest hours. Others develop thick, waxy coatings that reduce water loss. In extremely dry regions, plants shift their schedules, blooming early before drought intensifies, or dropping leaves entirely to survive the harsh months. Even autumn marks a turning toward stillness. Days grow shorter, light softens, temperatures drop, and plants begin preparing for the colder months ahead. And one of nature's most stunning transformations begins: leaf senescence. Chlorophyll, the pigment responsible for green, breaks down, revealing the golds, reds, oranges, and purples that were hidden all along. This color shift is both beautiful and strategic, as chlorophyll fades, nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus are withdrawn from leaves and stored safely in stems and roots. When leaves eventually fall, the tree has already reclaimed much of their valuable resources. The drop itself is controlled by a thin layer of cells at the base of each leaf, the abscission layer, which weakens and allows the leaf to detach gently. For deciduous trees, leaf fall reduces water loss during winter when liquid water is scarce, and cold temperatures could damage delicate tissues. Evergreens take a different approach. Their needles are coated in wax and shaped to prevent snow accumulation, allowing them to photosynthesize even during winter's short days. Winter is not merely an absence of growth, it is a crucial time of rest. Many plants enter dormancy, a state akin to suspended animation. Metabolism slows, growth pauses, buds encase themselves in protective scales, waiting for warmer conditions. Seeds buried in cold soil remain still, guarded by hard coats that will open only when the season is right. Some seeds require winters chill, a process called vernalization to break dormancy. Cold exposure triggers biochemical changes, preparing them to germinate when spring returns. Without this cold cue, many species would sprout too early, risking death in late frost. These perennials store energy underground during winter, using bulbs, tubers, or rhizomes to survive adversity. These structures act as vaults, holding nutrients through freezing temperatures until warmth returns. The tropical plants experience seasons differently. Instead of cold, they respond to rainfall cycles. Wet seasons trigger rapid growth, flowering, and fruiting. Dry seasons act like winters, causing slower metabolism, leaf drop, or dormancy. This rhythm mirrors the patterns of monsoons and droughts rather than temperatures. Climate change challenges these ancient patterns. Winters confuse dormancy cycles. Early springs trigger flowering before pollinators emerge. Extreme heat stresses roots and leaves. Shifts in rainfall alter ecosystems on every continent. Yet even in the face of disruption, plants adapt as they have for millions of years, responding with as much resilience as their biology allows. Humans have long worked with seasonal rhythms, planting, harvesting, pruning, and celebrating festivals that mirror the dance of growth and rest. Our own lives once wove closely with these cycles, rising with the sun, working with the soil, and preparing for winter's stillness. There's a quiet wisdom in the way plants surrender to seasons without resistance. They do not fear the cold, dread the heat, or resent the winds. They simply adjust, bending toward opportunity, retreating into rest, returning when conditions allow. Watching the seasons change through the life of a single tree can become a meditation on endurance. The bold green of spring, the full canopy of summer, the fire of autumn. The bare silhouette of winter, each stage necessary, each stage temporary. Plants remind us that change is not a disruption, but a rhythm, that letting go is as important as holding on, that rest is a form of preparation, and that every cycle, no matter how cold or dark, eventually leads back to life. A seed is one of nature's most astonishing inventions, a tiny package holding the blueprint of an entire future life. Inside its protective coat lies not only an embryo, but also nutrients, memories of its parent's environment, and the capacity to sense the world before even breaking open. Those small seeds are travelers, survivors, and storytellers, carriers of potential, waiting patiently for the right moment to awaken. Young to us, seeds come in countless forms, each shaped by evolution for a specific purpose. Some are as light as dust, drifting freely through the air. Others are heavy, armored, or sticky, designed to latch onto fur, survive digestion, or endure fire. No matter the form, each seed contains everything needed to build a plant capable of feeding itself through sunlight and soil. Before a seed begins its journey, it must form within the parent plant. After pollination, the ovule develops into a seed and the surrounding tissue becomes fruit or pod. Fruits protect seeds and often entice animals to spread them. Bright colors, sweetness, fragrant aromas, all of these traits evolved not for humans, but for dispersers, birds, mammals, insects, creatures whose movements carry seeds across landscapes. The dispersal is a saga of creativity. Some seeds use the wind. Dandelions release feathery parachutes that float across meadows. Maple trees spin like tiny helicopters, slowing their descent and traveling farther on breezes. Orchids produce dust like seeds so small that a single pod can release millions, allowing chance to guide their fate. Yes, other seeds choose water. Coconut seeds can drift across oceans protected by thick husks, floating for months before washing onto distant shores where new trees may sprout. Aquatic plants release buoyant seeds or fruits that travel along river currents, carrying life downstream. Yes, animals are perhaps the most versatile dispersers. Some seeds hitch rides by clinging to fur feathers, or even clothing using tiny hooks or barbs. Burdock, the plant that inspired Velcro, is a perfect example. Many seeds pass through digestive systems unharmed. Birds and mammals eat fruit, swallow seeds, and deposit them far from the parent plant, often with a small gift of fertilizer. Some seeds even require digestive enzymes or stomach acids to break dormancy. They awaken only after being eaten, a strange partnership that increases their chances of survival. Fire also plays a surprising role. Some plants live in ecosystems where periodic fires are natural and necessary. Their seeds remain sealed in cones or protective coats that open only under intense heat. After fire clears the land, removes competition, and enriches soil with ash, these seeds begin their new lives in a renewed landscape. The destruction becomes a reset, a fresh beginning written in flame. Dormancy is one of the seed's greatest strengths. A seed does not grow simply because it exists. It waits for the right cues: moisture, temperature, light, even physical disturbance. Some seeds lie dormant for years, decades, or centuries. Archaeologists once germinated a 2,000-year-old date palm seed recovered from ancient ruins. Life had been sleeping inside the seed for millennia, waiting patiently for a touch of water. Dormancy prevents seeds from sprouting during dangerous conditions. A warm spell in winter might trick a leaf, but rarely tricks a seed. Many seeds require specific signals to awaken: cold stratification, scarification, fire, flooding, or long darkness. These cues ensure that germination occurs in a season that offers the best chance for survival. When the right moment comes, the seed absorbs water and swells. The coat softens, cracks, and opens. Inside, the embryo awakens, and the first root, called the radicle, emerges, anchoring downward into the soil. This root becomes the plant's foundation, its first connection to the earth. Next, a shoot pushes upward, reaching toward light. The seedling must rise quickly enough to begin photosynthesis before its stored energy runs out. Those first leaves, cotyledons, often look different from adult leaves, acting as temporary solar panels until true leaves form. Then, germination is both fragile and heroic. A seedling faces countless threats: cold, heat, drought, insects, competition. Yet millions succeed each day, quietly joining the living world. Plants invest energy in seeds based on strategy. Some produce enormous numbers of tiny seeds, betting on quantity over survival rate. Others invest heavily in a few large seeds, providing enough nutrients for a strong start. Coconut seeds, seeds of oaks, seeds of avocados. These are rich packages meant to give seedlings significant advantages. Humans have shaped seed evolution through agriculture. Over thousands of years, we selected seeds from the most productive plants, gradually transforming wild species into crops. Modern grains, fruits, and vegetables owe their forms to generations of human choice, shaping seed, size, color, flavor, and yield. Seeds are capsules of resilience. They survive freezing heat, fire, and desiccation. They travel across continents without moving on their own. They wait for years yet awaken in moments. They endure conditions that would kill mature plants. Diano. There is something poetic about seeds, looking small, quiet, unassuming, yet containing the possibility of forests, shade, nourishment, medicines, and entire ecosystems. Every seed holds a future. It cannot predict a landscape. It may never see a story that begins only when conditions allow. To hold a seed is to hold potential. To plant a seed is to trust the unseen. And to watch a seed sprout is to witness the moment life remembers itself and begins again. Trees are among the most extraordinary beings on earth, standing quietly at the intersection of time, memory, and resilience. They rise slowly, shaping landscapes, holding soil, anchoring ecosystems, and breathing life into the atmosphere. A tree does not rush. It grows with intention, adding ring upon ring, like pages in a biography written over decades, centuries, or even millennia. A tree begins like any plant, as a seed gripping the soil, with its first root reaching upward with its first shoot. But unlike herbs or grasses, trees aim for longevity. Their goal is not a single season, but survival across tens of thousands of sunsets. To achieve this, they build bodies that can endure storms, drought, fire, cold, and the weight of their own immense height. The trunk is their central pillar, a masterpiece of natural engineering. Inside it lies the vascular system, a dual network of xylem and phloem that transports water upward from roots and distributes sugars throughout the body. Each year new layers form, creating growth rings that scientists can read to uncover past climates, rainfall patterns, and environmental stresses. The tree becomes a historian, silently recording its world. Bark acts as armor, protecting the delicate tissues beneath from insects, temperature extremes, and physical injury. Thick, rugged bark helps fire-adapted trees survive low-intensity burns, while thin-barked species thrive in wetter, cooler environments where fire is rare. Bark's texture, color, scent, and shedding patterns reveal evolutionary strategies embedded in the tree's past. Leaves branches extend outward, forming a canopy that captures sunlight with breathtaking efficiency. Leaves positioned at angles that maximize photosynthesis create vast solar collectors that feed not only the tree, but entire ecosystems. Birds nest within branches. Insects shelter beneath leaves. Mammals find food in fruit and nuts. Beneath the canopy, life flourishes in shade shaped by the tree's presence. Roots mirror the canopy underground. They spread wide and deep, anchoring the tree in place, resisting wind and drawing nutrients from distant soil pockets. Some species send taproots meters into the earth, seeking water in arid climates. Others weave shallow, intricate networks to absorb rainfall quickly in tropical forests. Through mycorrhizal fungi, trees form vast underground alliances, sharing resources and warnings. Trees communicate across these networks. When one tree suffers drought, neighbors may receive chemical signals prompting them to close stomata, reduce water loss, and prepare for hardship. When pests attack, electrical impulses and airborne messages help coordinate defense. A forest becomes a community rather than a collection of individuals. Deciduous trees embrace seasonal rhythms, dropping leaves in autumn to conserve water in winter months and growing new ones in spring when conditions improve. Evergreens maintain leaves year-round, relying on wax-coated needles that resist cold, dryness, and snow. Each strategy suits the environment, reflecting millions of years of adaptation. Trees rely on gravity and water movement to grow tall. As they increase in height, they must strengthen their trunks, develop rich cells, and maintain a delicate balance between water uptake and transpiration. The tallest trees, redwoods and eucalyptus species, stand over 100 meters high, pushing the limits of physics yet still swaying with grace. Old trees hold secrets in their rings. A narrow ring may tell of drought, a dark ring of fire. Scars reveal storms, insect outbreaks, and human interference. Some ancient bristlecone pines, over 5,000 years old, have survived ice ages, wars, and civilizations rising and falling. They are living timelines, older than writing, older than many religions, older than recorded history. Trees also shape climate. Through photosynthesis, they capture carbon dioxide, storing it within trunks, roots, and soil. Forests act as immense carbon sinks, moderating temperature, rainfall, and even atmospheric chemistry. Their presence stabilizes landscapes, preventing erosion and preserving water supplies. Many cultures have viewed trees as sacred beings, symbols of wisdom, stability, and connection between earth and sky. Their roots anchor in soil while branches reach toward heavens, embodying the link between physical and spiritual worlds. The world tree, a mythological archetype, appears in traditions across continents, from Norse Yggdrasil to Mayan Siva to Turkic Axis Mundi, each representing the universe's structure. Humans have long relied on trees for shelter, food, medicine, tools, and inspiration. Yet deforestation threatens forests worldwide, disrupting ecological balance and accelerating climate change. Protecting old-growth forests, planting new trees, and restoring ecosystems may be among the most important actions we can take. But beyond their ecological importance, trees offer something deeply emotional. To stand beneath an ancient tree is to stand in the presence of time itself. Its trunk a monument, its branches a cathedral, its leaves a choir whispering with the wind. The tree has witnessed storms that shook mountains, birds that no longer exist, and generations of people passing beneath its shade. Trees remind us to slow down, to endure with patience, to grow steadily, reaching upward while staying firmly rooted, and to understand that a long life is not measured simply in years, but in the quiet strength carried through them. In their stillness, trees teach resilience. In their rings, they teach history. In their shadows, they teach comfort. And in their survival, they teach hope. A forest is more than a collection of trees. It is a layered universe, a living architecture where every organism, from towering giants to microscopic fungi, plays a role in a vast, interconnected system. Forests breathe, cycle water, create soil, store carbon, and shelter countless forms of life. They are not simply landscapes, but communities woven together in delicate balance. The forest canopy forms the highest layer, a leafy roof capturing nearly all incoming sunlight. Here birds glide between branches, insects buzz in filtered gold, and leaves absorb the sun's energy, feeding the entire ecosystem. The canopy moderates wind, blocks harsh light, and creates a microclimate beneath that allows life to flourish in gentle shade. Just below lies the understory, a world of shadows and filtered green, where smaller trees, shrubs, and young saplings wait patiently for their chance to rise. Some may wait decades, even centuries, for a burst of sunlight created when an old giant falls. When a gap opens, the race begins as dormant seeds awaken and waiting saplings surge upward, reaching for the sky. Yet, beneath the understory is the forest floor, a world rich with fallen leaves, decaying wood, mosses, ferns, and fungi. This is where recycling happens, where dead matter transforms into nutrients that feed the forest anew. Decomposers break down logs into soil, releasing minerals back into the ecosystem. What seems like decay is actually renewal, the heartbeat of the forest pulsing quietly beneath your feet. The soil itself is full of life, teeming with bacteria, fungi, nematodes, insects, and countless microscopic organisms. In a single handful of forest soil, more living beings exist than humans on Earth. Each plays a role, digesting organic matter, cycling nutrients, forming symbiotic partnerships, or helping roots access water and minerals. One of the most remarkable connections in a forest is the mycorrhizal network. Through this fungal web, trees and plants share information and resources. A large tree might send excess carbon to shaded neighbors. A drought-stressed sapling might receive water from older trees. Alarm signals may pass through fungal threads, warning of pests or pathogens. The forest becomes a single organism, many bodies sharing one bloodstream beneath the soil. Some species hold especially powerful roles, known as keystone species. Their presence supports entire ecosystems. Wolves in Yellowstone rebalanced grazing patterns, allowing forests and riverbanks to recover. Certain fig trees feed hundreds of animal species with their year-round fruiting. In many forests, old-growth trees maintain soil moisture, shade, and stability, creating conditions that younger trees and animals depend upon. Remove a keystone species, and the entire system begins to unravel. Forests also cycle water in astonishing ways. Leaves pull water upward from roots and release it into the air through transpiration, forming clouds and influencing rainfall even hundreds of kilometers away. Large rainforests like the Amazon act as giant pumps, creating their own weather patterns and sustaining climate stability across continents. Forests regulate temperature, storing carbon in trunks, branches, roots, and soil. Old forests especially are powerful carbon sinks, buffering Earth against climate change. Young forests grow quickly, but old ones store far more carbon accumulated over centuries. Animals weave the forest together. Birds spread seeds through flight. Mammals bury nuts and forget some, allowing new trees to grow. Insects pollinate flowers. Predators keep herbivore populations in balance. Each interaction helps maintain equilibrium. Different forest types hold unique rhythms. Tropical rainforests hum with constant growth, warm rain, dense canopies, and stunning biodiversity. Nearly half of the world's species live in these forests, forming relationships so specialized that some plants depend on a single pollinator or disperser. Temperate forests move through pronounced seasons, bursting with life in spring, glowing in autumn, resting in winter. Their cycles of leaf drop and regrowth feed rich soils and sustain diverse food webs. Boreal forests farther north endure long freezing winters and brief intense summers. Conifers dominate here, shaped by fire, cold, and nutrient-poor soil. These forests cover vast stretches of the planet, storing immense amounts of carbon in frozen ground. Fire plays an essential role in many forest ecosystems. not as destruction, but as renewal. Certain pine cones open only under intense heat. Fire clears dead material, recycles nutrients, and creates openings for young trees. Without periodic burns, some forests become overcrowded, unstable, or vulnerable to more severe fires. Nature often uses disturbance as part of its long-term rhythm. Then, human activity has altered forests worldwide. Logging, agriculture, urban expansion, and climate change threaten forest health and biodiversity. Yet restoration efforts show that forests can recover when given time, protection, and patience. Planting native species, reducing fragmentation, reconnecting wildlife corridors, and restoring fire cycles all help ecosystems return to balance. But beyond ecological function, forests offer something deeper. To walk beneath tall trees is to feel the presence of age, stability, and quiet wisdom. Light filtering through leaves becomes a soft mosaic dancing on the ground. Air feels cooler, calmer, richer with oxygen. The scent of soil and bark evokes a sense of belonging, a reminder that humans too evolved with forests as our earliest homes. Forests teach resilience. They show how communities thrive through cooperation, how layers of life depend on one another, how cycles of birth, death, and renewal form an unbroken chain. In their silence, they remind us to look closely, to listen carefully, and to understand that strength often grows slowly from connection and patience. To stand in a forest is to stand inside a living network, shaped by time, sustained by balance, and held together by relationships unseen. It is a cathedral of life where every tree, every root, every leaf contributes to a story far larger than itself. Fungi and lichens often live in the background of our awareness, quiet, unnoticed, and easily overlooked, yet they are some of the most influential organisms on Earth. They weave underground networks that feed forests, break down ancient wood, partner with plants in delicate cooperation, and even create landscapes where no life could survive before. They are not plants nor animals, but something uniquely their own, a kingdom defined by transformation, connection, and resilience. Fungi thrive everywhere, beneath soil, on fallen logs, within tree roots, inside leaves, and even drifting invisibly through the air. They decompose organic matter, recycling nutrients, and returning them to the ecosystem. Without fungi, forests would drown in their own fallen leaves, dead wood, and debris. These silent recyclers turn death into nourishment, turning decay into renewal. One of the most remarkable alliances in nature is the mycorrhizal partnership between fungi and plant roots. In this mutualism, the fungus extends its fine hyphae through the soil, vastly increasing the plant's ability to access water and minerals, especially phosphorus. In return, the plant shares sugars created through photosynthesis, feeding the fungus. This exchange forms a living economy, steering entire ecosystems. The two major types of mycorrhiza exist. Ectomycorrhizal fungi coat the outside of roots, forming a sheath around them, while arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi penetrate root cells, forming branching structures that exchange nutrients at intimate scales. Each type benefits different plant groups, shaping which species dominate certain environments. Through these fungal networks, trees communicate, sending signals of drought, disease, or insect attack. Carbon, nitrogen, and water flow from one plant to another. Old trees sometimes support younger ones. Stressed plants receive help. The forest functions not as isolated individuals, but as a shared organism stitched together by fungal threads. Fungi also form astonishing structures. Mushrooms are merely the fruiting bodies, the above-ground reproductive forms created when conditions are right. Beneath lies the true organism, a web of hyphae called mycelium that can stretch across vast areas. Some mycelial networks span entire forests. One such organism, Armillaria ostoyae in Oregon, covers nearly 10 square kilometers, making it one of the largest and oldest living beings on Earth. Its surname, not all fungi are gentle partners. Some become pathogens, attacking plants and causing diseases like rusts, smuts, mildews, and blights. These infections can reshape ecosystems, alter food webs, or devastate crops. Yet even pathogenic fungi, a part of the ecological balance, recycling weakened individuals and opening space for new growth. Lichens are different, yet equally extraordinary. They are partnerships between fungi and photosynthetic organisms, usually algae or cyanobacteria. The fungus provides structure protection and moisture retention, while the photosynthetic partner produces food through sunlight. Together they form a superorganism capable of surviving extreme environments where neither partner could endure alone. Lichens colonize bar rock mountain peaks, deserts, Arctic tundra, and even volcanic landscapes newly formed by fire and lava. Their acids slowly break down rock, creating the first soil on which future plants can grow. They are pioneers preparing the world for life. These organisms come in many forms: crusty patches, leafy lobes, delicate hair-like strands in colors ranging from pale green to bright orange to deep black. Their shapes and hues reveal the conditions they live in, acting as natural indicators of air quality and environmental change. Some lichens are so sensitive to pollution that they disappear when air becomes unhealthy, while others tolerate harsh conditions and persist. Lichens grow slowly. Some expand just a millimeter each year, yet can live for centuries, or even thousands of years. Their longevity makes them timekeepers, silent witnesses to environmental shifts across generations. In forest, lichens offer food, shelter, and camouflage for insects, small mammals, and birds. Der Lichen sustains caribou herds in the Arctic. Mosses and lichens insulate ground layers, maintaining moisture and protecting seedlings. In size, fungi and lichens have also shaped human civilization. Yeast, a type of fungus, enables bread to rise, ferments grapes into wine, and transforms grains into beer. Penicillium fungi gave us antibiotics, revolutionizing medicine. Certain fungi produce compounds used in immunosuppressants, statins, and countless pharmaceuticals. Mycology, the study of fungi, continues to reveal surprising discoveries. Some species glow in the dark bioluminescent forests, creating eerie green light. Others communicate through electrical pulses, responding to touch damage or environmental change in ways reminiscent of slow conversation. Mycelium is now explored as a sustainable material for packaging, building, insulation, textiles, and even biodegradable leather. Its strength, lightness, and renewability make it a promising alternative to plastic and synthetic materials. Fungi and lichens show us that life is a network, not a hierarchy. That survival often depends on connection, collaboration, and transformation. They turn death into soil, into growth and growth, into ecosystems. They thrive where life seems impossible, reminding us that resilience is often quiet, persistent, and unseen. To walk through a forest and notice mushrooms on a log or lichens on old bark is to glimpse the world's hidden architects. They are the threads that stitch ecosystems together, the pioneers that prepare barren places for life, and the recyclers that ensure everything returns to the cycle. In their silence, fungi and lichens whisper a timeless truth. Everything is connected, everything depends on everything else, and even the smallest unseen organisms can hold entire worlds together. The story of plant evolution is one of the most extraordinary transformations in the history of life, a tale that begins in ancient oceans and slowly unfolds across continents, shaping the atmosphere, climate, and every ecosystem alive today. Plants changed Earth from a barren world of rock and water into a vibrant living planet filled with forests, fields, and life of every kind. Their journey from water to land is not just biological history, it is the foundation of our existence. Life first emerged in the oceans, where early photosynthetic organisms like cyanobacteria began releasing oxygen into the atmosphere more than 2 billion years ago. These microscopic pioneers altered the composition of air, paving the way for complex life. Over time, eukaryotic algae evolved, becoming the ancestors of all land plants. The first true step onto land occurred around 470 million years ago, during the Ordovician period. Earth's landscapes then were harsh, rocky, and lifeless, battered by ultraviolet radiation with no soil and no shelter. For plants to survive here, they needed innovations that their aquatic ancestors never required. One of the earliest adaptations was the development of a waxy cuticle, a thin protective layer covering plant surfaces to prevent water loss. Alongside it evolved stomata, tiny, adjustable pores that allowed gas exchange while regulating moisture. These simple structures formed the foundation for terrestrial life. Bryophytes mosses, liverworts, and hornworts represent some of these earliest land plants. They remain small and low to the ground, relying on moisture to reproduce because their sperm needed water to swim to the egg. But even their presence began a revolution. As bryophytes spread across rock, they trapped dust, broke down minerals, and created the first true soils. With soil came new opportunities for life. This is around 420 million years ago. Vascular plants appeared, developing internal plumbing, xylem, and phloem that transported water and nutrients through their bodies. This allowed them to grow taller, stronger, and farther from water sources. Roots evolved to anchor plants and absorb minerals. Stems developed supportive tissues. Leaves expanded to capture sunlight efficiently. The rise of vascular plants transformed the planet. Landscapes filled with towering club mosses, ferns, and horsetails forming the first forest. These ancient forests absorbed enormous amounts of carbon dioxide, contributing to global cooling and laying down carbon-rich layers that later became coal. The atmosphere. Then came one of evolution's most powerful innovations, the seed. Seed plants no longer depended on water for reproduction. Their pollen grains carried sperm through air or by animals. Their embryos were protected inside seeds, able to survive drought, cold, and time itself. Seeds were survival capsules capable of waiting until conditions were right. Gymnosperms. The first seed plants emerged around 360 million years ago. Conifers, ginkgos, cycads, and other early gymnosperms dominated ancient landscapes, especially in cooler and drier climates. Their tough seeds and needle-like leaves gave them remarkable resilience. But the greatest evolutionary burst arrived with the angiosperms flowering plants. Appearing around 140 million years ago, they diversified, explosively forming partnerships with insects, birds, and mammals. Flowers attracted pollinators. Fruits protected seeds and encouraged animals to disperse them. This coevolution between plants and pollinators created ecosystems of astonishing richness. Angiosperms became the most diverse plant group on Earth, from tiny alpine herbs to massive rainforest trees. Their flexibility, efficiency, and symbiosis with animals allowed them to colonize nearly every habitat on the planet. Plant evolution continued shaping Earth. As forests expanded, soils deepened, climates stabilized, and oxygen levels increased. Grasslands emerged around 30 million years ago, altering herbivore evolution, giving rise to grazing animals, and redefining landscapes across continents. Grasses developed silica-rich blades tough enough to resist grazing, encouraging animals to evolve new teeth, digestive systems, and movement strategies. The partnership between plants and fungi remained essential throughout this history. Mycorrhiza fungi helped early plants colonize land and continue to support nearly all plant species today. Without fungi, the leap from water to land may never have succeeded. Human civilization is built on the legacy of plant evolution. Agriculture emerged 10,000 years ago when humans began domesticating grasses, legumes, and fruit-bearing plants. Wheat, corn, rice, barley, lentils, apples, olives, grapes, these foods trace their origins back to evolutionary innovations millions of years old. Plants evolved not only structures but strategies. Dormancy, photoperiodism, symbiosis, chemical defense, J-tolerance, drought resistance, all emerged from the selective pressures of Earth's ever-changing climate. These adaptations allowed plants to survive mass extinctions, continental drift, volcanic winters, and ice ages. Through all these changes, plants remained the base of every food web, feeding herbivores, supporting carnivores, and shaping the very air we breathe. Without their slow, persistent evolution, life on land would not exist in any recognizable form. There is something profoundly humbling about imagining the first tiny moss gripping a stone, the first fern rising from ancient soil, the first seed carried by wind, the first flower opening to attract a pollinator. Every forest, meadow, garden, and grain field is a continuation of that ancient journey. Plants remind us that evolution is not always driven by speed, aggression, or dominance. Sometimes it is patience, adaptation, cooperation, and quiet persistence that shape a world. Their story is not one of conquest, but of coexistence, a long unfolding of life, learning how to thrive on land. When you walk through a forest or hold a seed in your hand, you're touching the end of a 400 million year old story. A story still being written, with every new leaf unfurling and every flower blooming. The relationship between humans and plants is one of the oldest and most transformative partnerships on Earth. A quiet collaboration that shaped civilizations, cultures, landscapes, and history itself. Long before cities rose or writing, emerged plants sustained early humans, offering fruit, leaves, roots, seeds, and medicines. But it was not until humans began cultivating plants that the world truly changed. Agriculture was the turning point, the moment humanity stepped into a new chapter of existence. For most of human history, People lived as hunter-gatherers, moving with seasons, following animal herds and harvesting wild plants. This lifestyle depended entirely on nature's rhythms. But around 12,000 years ago, something remarkable began to happen in several parts of the world independently. Humans noticed that seeds dropped near camps began to sprout. Certain wild plants grew better when protected from grazing animals. The idea took root that people could help plants grow, and plants in turn could feed people more reliably. This realization marked the dawn of agriculture in places such as the fertile Crescent China, Mesoamerica, the Andes, West Africa, and New Guinea. Each region cultivated different species: wheat, barley, and lentils; in the Middle East, rice, millet; in China, maize, beans, and squash; in the Americas, potatoes, and quinoa; in the Andes, yams and sorghum; in Africa, bananas and taro; in New Guinea. These early crops became the foundation of entire civilizations. Would say, as humans selected seeds from the healthiest, tastiest, or easiest to store plants, domestication began. Over generations, domesticated plants changed dramatically from their wild ancestors. Wheat kernels fused to prevent scattering. Corn expanded from tiny teosinte seeds into plump ears. White bitter almonds transformed into edible varieties. Tomatoes grew larger and sweeter. This partnership also domesticated humans. Settled life brought permanent homes, villages, and eventually cities. Storage technologies emerged to preserve grain. Irrigation systems developed to control water. Time itself began revolving around planting and harvesting cycles. Human society organized around seasons, just as plants always had. Agriculture supported population growth. With stable food supplies, communities could expand, specialize, and innovate. Not everyone needed to farm. This allowed artisans, priests, leaders, builders, and thinkers to emerge. Civilization as we know it grew from fields tilled by early hands. But farming also brought challenges. Dependence on a few crops increased vulnerability to drought, pests, and disease. Clearing forests for fields changed landscapes, reduced biodiversity, and altered climate patterns. Settlements created waste, sanitation problems, and new forms of conflict. This relationship was powerful but complex, a balance of opportunity and risk. Irrigation became one of humanity's greatest agricultural innovations. Ancient Mesopotamians built canals to guide river water to fields. Egyptians relied on the Nile's annual floods. In the Indus Valley, sophisticated drainage and water systems supported urban life. Rice paddies in China reshaped entire ecosystems, creating wetlands where unique plants and animals thrive. Terrace farming emerged in mountainous regions, such as the Andes and Southeast Asia. People carved steps into slopes, preventing erosion and capturing water, creating fertile platforms for cultivation. Human ingenuity and plant biology worked together to conquer challenging terrain. As societies expanded trade, spread crops across continents, wheat moved into Europe. Citrus fruits traveled from Asia to the Mediterranean. Bananas crossed the Indian Ocean. Later, mashed potatoes and tomatoes journeyed from the Americas to the Old World, transforming diets worldwide. The Columbian Exchange changed agriculture globally, connecting ecosystems that had evolved separately for millions of years. Plants shaped culture as much as culture shaped plants. Grains became symbols of fertility and abundance. Grape vines became sacred in rituals and mythology. Olive trees represented peace, longevity, and prosperity. Tea, coffee, cacao, and spices became integral to social rituals, economies, and global interactions. Medicinal plants guided early healing practices. Willow bark led to aspirin. Foxglove inspired digitalis treatments for heart conditions. Countless herbs, roots, and leaves became cornerstones of traditional medicine, offering relief and knowledge long before modern science emerged. And throughout history, plants influenced migration, conquest, and empire. The spice trade drove exploration. Cotton shaped global economies. Sugar plantations altered continents and societies, sometimes through dark and painful histories. Plants became not just sustenance, but politics, power, and trade. Yet, through all this complexity, the fundamental relationship remained one of mutual dependence. Plants provided food, shelter, fuel, fiber, medicine, and beauty. Humans provided protection, cultivation, dispersal, and new environments. Together they spread across Earth, forming landscapes that still define the modern world. Even today, agriculture continues to evolve. Scientific breeding, genetic diversity, soil conservation, agroforestry, vertical farming, and sustainable practices are reshaping how humans grow food. Climate change challenges traditional methods, requiring plants and people to adapt once again. Understanding ancient partnerships helps guide future resilience. The bond between humans and plants is deeply emotional as well. Gardens offer peace. Forests offer comfort. Fields offer continuity. A seed planted by hand becomes a symbol of hope, belief in tomorrow, trust in cycles that outlast us. To care for a plant is to participate in a story far older than our species. And plants have been our companions, teachers, and providers. They shaped our homes, languages, traditions, myths, and choices. They made civilization possible, and even now they whisper reminders of patience, balance, renewal, and interdependence. The story of humans is inseparable from the story of plants. Every loaf of bread, every bowl of rice, every fruit, every wooden home, every woven cloth is a quiet testament to this ancient relationship. It is a partnership that built our world and continues to sustain it. Modern agriculture is one of humanity's most powerful achievements, feeding billions of people across the planet. Yet it is also a complex, fragile system shaped by technology, tradition, climate, and biology. As the world grows and environments shift, scientists and farmers look to new tools, new ideas, and ancient wisdom to guide the future of food. Today's agriculture uses machines, satellites, drones, sensors, and data to optimize planting, watering, and harvesting. Precision agriculture allows farmers to apply water, fertilizers, and pesticides only where needed, reducing waste and protecting ecosystems. Fields become maps of information, each square meter monitored for soil moisture, nutrient levels, and crop health. Technology makes farming both more efficient and more sustainable. But challenges remain. Climate change disrupts rainfall patterns, increases drought, intensifies storms, and shifts growing seasons. Pests and diseases spread into new regions. Soil erosion and nutrient depletion threaten long-term fertility. humanity requires both innovation and careful stewardship. Plant breeding has long been a tool for resilience. For thousands of years, humans saved seeds from the hardiest, most productive plants, slowly shaping crops to withstand cold, heat, pests, and disease. Modern plant breeding accelerates this process using genetic mapping, hybridization, and marker-assisted selection to choose traits with precision. Biotechnology extends these possibilities further. Genetic engineering allows scientists to add, remove, or modify specific genes, giving plants new abilities. Some genetically modified crops resist insects, reducing the need for pesticides. Others tolerate herbicides, making weed control easier. Some are designed to withstand drought, salinity, or heat, helping farmers adapt to harsh conditions. There are even crops enriched with vitamins to improve nutrition in regions with limited diets. CRISPR gene editing represents a new frontier, offering the ability to modify plant genomes with extraordinary accuracy. Unlike traditional genetic engineering, which often inserts foreign genes, CRISPR can edit a plant's existing DNA, making precise beneficial changes. This technology may create crops that use less water, grow in degraded soils, or resist emerging diseases. But technology alone is not the answer. Many scientists emphasize the importance of biodiversity. Monoculture's vast fields of a single crop create vulnerability. If a disease strikes an entire region can be affected, restoring ancient plant races and wild relatives of crops increases genetic diversity, offering traits that modern varieties may lack. Soil health is another foundation of sustainable agriculture. Healthy soils contain organic matter, microbes, fungi, and nutrients that support long-term fertility. Practices like crop rotation, cover cropping, reduced tillage, and composting rebuild soil structure, prevent erosion, and increase carbon storage. Farms become ecosystems, not factories. Agroecology blends traditional knowledge with ecological principles. Polycultures growing multiple species together mimic natural systems, reducing pests and improving resilience. Agroforestry integrates trees into farmland, providing shade, habitat, and nutrient cycling. These methods restore balance rather than forcing control. Urban agriculture brings food production into cities through rooftop gardens, vertical farming, hydroponics, and community plots. These systems reduce transportation costs, provide fresh food to urban populations, and reconnect people with plants in daily life. Vertical farms use LED lighting, controlled climates, and stacked layers to produce vegetables year-round with minimal land and water. Hydroponics, aquaponics, and aeroponics offer soil-free cultivation using nutrient solutions, fish waste, or mist systems to nourish plants. These methods can produce high yields in small spaces, transforming warehouses into farms and deserts into greenhouses. Scientists also explore perennial crops, plants that grow year after year without replanting. Perennial grains reduce soil disturbance, save water, and build long-term resilience. Karensa, a perennial wheat. Relative is one example, gaining attention for its deep roots and sustainable potential. The future of agriculture may combine high technology with ancient practices, using sensors, drones, and gene editing alongside compost, mulching, intercropping, and seasonal rhythms. Progress does not mean abandoning traditional wisdom, but integrating it with new understanding. Climate-smart crops will be essential in the coming century. Heat-tolerant wheat, drought-resistant maize, salt-tolerant rice, and flood-resilience varieties of countless crops are being developed. These innovations may protect food supplies for regions most vulnerable to climate change. Ethical questions accompany biotechnology. Who controls seeds? How are small farmers affected? What about long-term ecological impacts? These discussions shape global policies and reflect humanity's responsibility to balance innovation with care. Food security goes beyond production. Distribution affordability, waste reduction, and sustainable farming practices all play roles in ensuring everyone has access to nourishment. A third of global food is wasted even as millions face hunger. Reducing waste may feed more people than increasing yield. New plants play a role in future energy systems as well. Biofuels made from corn, sugarcane, algae, or grasses can reduce dependence on fossil fuels, but they must be balanced with food needs and ecological health. Looking ahead, scientists imagine crops that sense stress and send signals to farmers' drones that diagnose plant diseases from the air, robots that harvest delicate fruits, and sensors embedded in soil monitoring life below the surface. Agriculture becomes a collaboration between humans, plants, machines, and ecosystems. Yet at its core, the story remains simple. A seed placed in soil, water, sunlight, and care. Growth guided by biology and nurtured by the hands of those who understand the land. The future of plants is not just a scientific pursuit, but a moral one. How humanity chooses to grow food reflects our relationship with the earth. Will we prioritize resilience, sustainability, and biodiversity, or repeat patterns of exploitation and depletion? The answer shapes not only ecosystems, but our collective future. Plants have adapted across hundreds of millions of years, and with thoughtful stewardship, they will continue to do so. They remind us that survival comes from balance, cooperation, and renewal. In tending to them, we tend to ourselves, ensuring that the bond between humanity and the green world endures. Plants are inseparable from Earth's climate, shaping it, influencing it, and being shaped by it in return. They breathe carbon dioxide, release oxygen, move water into the atmosphere, stabilize soils, and regulate temperature. Through their quiet daily processes, plants sustain the balance that makes life possible. To understand climate is to understand plants, and to understand plants is to see the living systems that maintain our world. That's it. One of the most important ways plants influence climate is through photosynthesis. As they capture carbon dioxide and convert it into sugars, they remove greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. Forests, grasslands, wetlands, and even tiny ocean plants like phytoplankton act as carbon sinks, absorbing carbon and storing it in trunks, roots, soils, and sediments. Without this global green network, CO2 levels would rise much faster, accelerating climate change beyond control. Trees especially play a critical role. A mature forest stores massive amounts of carbon both above and below ground. Old-growth forests hold centuries of accumulated carbon, acting as slow, stable reservoirs that moderate the climate. When forests are cut, burned, or degraded, this stored carbon returns to the atmosphere, contributing to warming. Protecting and restoring forests is one of the most effective natural solutions to climate challenges. photosynthesis, or photosynthesis. Plants also regulate the planet's water cycle through transpiration. Water, absorbed by roots, rises through stems and evaporates from leaves, entering the atmosphere as vapor. This process cools the plant and the air around it. In large forests, transpiration creates clouds, influences rainfall patterns, and even drives regional climate systems. The Amazon rainforest, for example, generates much of its own rainfall, functioning as a giant green pump circulating moisture across South America. Vegetation moderates temperature as well. Sunlight absorbed by leaves warms them slightly, but transpiration releases heat, keeping forests cooler than surrounding bare land. Cities with fewer plants become heat islands where temperatures rise significantly higher than natural landscapes. Urban greening, bringing trees, gardens, and green roofs into cities, reduces this heat and improves air quality. Plants also help control the flow of water across landscapes. Roots stabilizes soil, preventing erosion. Vegetation reduces flooding by slowing rainfall's descent to rivers. Wetlands act as natural water filters and sponges, absorbing excess water during storms and releasing it slowly. Where plants thrive, climate impacts soften. Where plants disappear, floods, droughts, and storms intensify. Climate change, however, places enormous pressure on plant life. Rising temperatures shift growing seasons, disrupting ecological rhythms. Roots stress roots and reduce growth. Extreme heat damages cell structures. Unpredictable frost events harm young leaves and flowers. Some plants migrate upslope or poleward, seeking suitable climates. Others face extinction if conditions change too quickly. Forest debacks occur when drought, heat, or disease overwhelms ecosystems, causing trees across large areas to weaken and die. These losses release stored carbon, reduce rainfall, and amplify warming, creating feedback loops that further destabilize climate systems. Boreal forests, tropical rainforests, and savannas all face such risks. However, plants are remarkably resilient. They adapt through phenotypic plasticity, altering growth patterns, adjusting leaf shapes, changing root depth, or shifting reproductive timing. Genetic diversity within species offers potential for adaptation over generation. Some plants evolve drought tolerance, salt tolerance, or disease resistance more quickly than expected. Humans play a major role in determining the future. Reforestation and afforestation efforts restore habitats, absorb carbon, and revive ecosystems. Planting native species supports biodiversity while avoiding the risks of introducing invasive plants. Restoring wetlands and mangroves strengthens coastlines against storms. Grassland conservation preserves some of the world's richest carbon stores hidden beneath the soil. Climate-smart agriculture integrates cover crops, reduced tillage, agroforestry, and soil building practices to increase resilience. These methods not only store carbon, but also help farmers manage droughts, floods, and heat waves. The future of food depends on honoring the ecological functions that plants provide. Urban planning increasingly recognizes the climate power of plants. Cities are adding tree corridors, green roofs, vertical gardens, and pocket parks, creating urban forests that cool air, filter pollution, and support mental well-being. Even small patches of greenery create microclimates that soften the harshness of concrete landscapes. Plants also hold stories of the past. Tree rings reveal ancient droughts, volcanic eruptions, and temperature changes. Layers of pollen preserved in sediments reconstruct prehistoric ecosystems. By reading these records, scientists understand how plants responded to past climate shifts, offering clues for the future. At the planetary scale, vegetation interacts with atmosphere, oceans, soils, and life forming Earth's biosphere, a dynamic system constantly adjusting. When plants thrive, the world stabilizes. When they decline, balance weakens. And yet there is hope in the quiet persistence of green, even after forests return. After drought, rains come and seeds awaken. After storms, broken branches sprout new shoots. The resilience of plants is a reminder that recovery is possible if ecosystems are given time, space, and protection. Then, climate change is not only an environmental issue, but a story about our relationship with the living world. Plants have supported life for hundreds of millions of years, shaping the atmosphere and building the foundations of ecosystems. Now, their survival depends in part on the choices humanity makes. To care for plants is to care for climate. To protect forests is to protect the future. And to restore ecosystems is to restore balance to the planet itself. Plants whisper a simple truth: everything is connected. The air we breathe, the rain that falls, the food we eat, the climates we inhabit, all flow through the quiet work of leaves, roots, and sunlight. In honoring them, we honor the delicate equilibrium that sustains life on Earth. Plants have shaped human health for as long as humans have existed, offering nourishment, medicine, comfort, and healing. Long before modern science, people learned to observe plants, carefully watching how they grew, how animals interacted with them, how their parts tasted, smelled, and affected the body. Through centuries of experience and intuition, plants became humanity's first pharmacy, a living library of remedies woven into every culture on Earth. Nutrition is the most fundamental gift plants provide. Fruits, vegetables, grains, nuts, and seeds supply vitamins, minerals, fiber, antioxidants, and energy vital for human survival. Leafy greens nourish our blood. Citrus fruits support immunity. Whole grains offer sustained energy. Legumes provide protein and stabilize blood sugar. Every plant food carries a unique chemistry shaped by soil, light, climate, and evolution. Phytochemicals, plant-derived compounds, play crucial roles in health. Carotenoids in carrots and sweet potatoes support vision. Polyphenols in berry reduce inflammation. Flavonoids in green tea improve blood vessel function. Sulfur compounds in garlic and onions enhance immunity and combat microbes. These molecules are not medicines in the traditional sense. They are part of the plant's own defense systems, yet they bring unexpected benefits to the human body. Medicinal plants hold a deeper history. Ancient civilizations from China to Egypt, India to Greece used herbs, roots, leaves, and bark to treat illness. Willow bark eased pain and fever long before scientists extracted salicin, the basis of aspirin. Foxglove leaves helped failing hearts centuries before the discovery of digitalis. Opium poppies soothed pain thousands of years before morphine and related compounds were isolated. She says more than half of modern medicines originate from or were inspired by plants. Quinine, an anti-malarial drug, comes from cinchona bark. Vincristine and vinblastine cancer-fighting compounds come from the Madagascar periwinkle. Underyaja, Kaisonen, Edward Wake, Jamaica Amidu. Taxol, a powerful chemotherapy drug, comes from Pacific yew trees. These examples show how deeply plant chemistry intertwines with human biology. Neonadi, and Suan Shrine, Depshada, Aromatherapy and essential oils also draw from plant compounds. Lavender calms the nervous system. Peppermint relieves headaches. Eucalyptus eases breathing. While not replacements for medical treatment, these scents influence mood, memory, and emotion through the brain's limbic system, offering gentle support for well-being. Plants also support mental health in less chemical ways. Spending time in nature reduces stress, lowers blood pressure, enhances mood, and improves cognitive function. Forest environments release vitamin C airborne compounds that boost immunity and reduce anxiety. This phenomenon, known in Japan as forest bathing, reflects the profound connection between humans and plant-filled spaces. Indoor plants bring some of these benefits inside. They improve humidity, filter certain pollutants, and create calming environments. Even caring for a single plant can cultivate mindfulness, patience, and routine. The green presence reminds us of slower rhythms and quieter forms of life. Herbal medicine continues to evolve, blending traditional knowledge with rigorous scientific research. Chamomile, ginseng, echinacea, and countless other herbs are studied for their anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, and immune-modulating effects. While some remedies show clear benefits, others require caution, careful dosing, and understanding of interactions. The partnership between tradition and science deepens each year, revealing both ancient wisdom and modern nuance. Plant-based diets gain attention for their role in preventing chronic diseases. High-fiber foods support digestive health. Antioxidants combat oxidative stress linked to aging. Whole plant foods reduce the risk of heart disease, diabetes, and certain cancers. Such diets emphasize a balance, diversity, and nourishment rather than restriction. Plants also shape human health on an environmental scale. Forests filter air, capturing pollutants and releasing oxygen. Coastal vegetation prevents erosion, protecting communities from storms. Wetlands filter water, removing toxins. Urban trees cool neighborhoods, reducing heat stress. These ecological services directly affect human well-being, demonstrating that plant health and human health are inseparable. The human microbiome interacts closely with plant foods. Fiber-resistant starches and prebiotics feed beneficial gut bacteria, influencing immunity, mood, metabolism, and even brain function. A diverse diet rich in plants supports a diverse microbiome, which in turn supports whole body health. Yet plants are not without risks. Some species produce potent toxins evolved to defend against herbivores. Poison hemlock, deadly nightshade, and castor beans contain compounds harmful even in small amounts. Mushrooms, though not plants, also include lethal species. Knowledge, identification, and respect are essential when interacting with wild flora. In modern times, concerns about pesticides, synthetic fertilizers, and environmental contaminants affect plant-based foods. Organic farming reduced chemical use, and sustainable practices aim to restore balance between agriculture and health. Consumers increasingly seek transparency about how food is grown, harvested, and processed. The connection between plants and human health is holistic, extending beyond diet and medicine into emotional, spiritual, and cultural well-being. Many traditions include sacred plants used in rituals, healing ceremonies, and storytelling. Plant symbolism appears in myths, poetry, and art, reflecting deep psychological significance. Yes, no. Gardening itself becomes therapy, a way to reconnect with the earth's rhythms. Hansen's heart rate, slowing mind, relaxing as life's pace aligns with the patient growth of leaves and roots. Growing even a small herb teaches responsibility, presence, and quiet joy. Plants remind us that healing is multidimensional, that nourishment comes not only from nutrients but from beauty, scent, contact, and attention, that health is not just the absence of disease, but a state of harmony with the world around us. In every breath, oxygen enters our lungs, carrying the gift of ancient plant evolution. In every meal, plant compounds shape our biology. In every forest walk, our senses recalibrate. Plants care for us in ways we rarely notice yet constantly depend on. No. To understand plants is to understand ourselves. Our bodies, minds, and cultures reflect their influence. The pathways of human health are green, threaded with leaves, roots, seeds, and the quiet chemistry of life. The future of plants is deeply intertwined with the future of humanity. As the world changes through climate shifts, technology, population growth, and global movement, plants will either struggle or thrive depending on the decisions people make today. Our relationship with the green world is at a turning point, one that calls for balance, wisdom, and renewal. On the ocean and sea, climate change poses the greatest challenge. Rising temperatures alter growing seasons, stress forests, and shift ecosystems. Some species may migrate upslope or poleward. Others may vanish if changes outpace their ability to adapt. Drought, floods, heat waves, and storms all influence the survival of plant communities that once flourished in stable climates for centuries. Uncertainty, yet plants have extraordinary resilience. They adjust leaf size, root depth, flowering time, and metabolic processes. They evolve new traits across generations. They form partnerships with fungi, microbes, and pollinators that help them survive stress. Still, the scale and speed of current changes demand human support, careful stewardship, and global cooperation. Now, urbanization also shapes the future of plants. As cities expand, many natural spaces shrink, yet cities themselves can become ecosystems. If designed with intention, green roofs, vertical gardens, urban forests, and community gardens bring biodiversity back into concrete landscapes. Trees cool neighborhoods, reduce pollution, provide shade, and create emotional havens in dense environments. The future city may be a forested city where architecture and nature coexist in layered harmony. Technology offers powerful tools. Gene editing can create drought-tolerant, heat-resistant, or disease-resistant crops. Sensors monitor plant stress in real time, allowing growers to respond quickly. Automated greenhouses optimize light, water, and nutrients. Satellites track forest health from space. Bioengineered plants may one day clean polluted soils, produce renewable materials, or even glow as natural lighting. Still, innovation must be balanced with caution. Genetic modification raises ecological and present cultural questions. Introducing engineered species into wild ecosystems may have unpredictable consequences. Protecting native biodiversity remains essential. The future requires thoughtful integration of technology rather than blind trust in it. Food security will depend on resilient agricultural systems. Climate-smart practices such as agroforestry, mixed cropping, no-till farming, and regenerative agriculture rebuild soil health, store carbon, and buffer against climate extremes. Perennial crops reduce erosion and support long-term sustainability. Precision agriculture uses data to reduce waste. Local food systems increase resilience to global disruptions. Banks and botanical gardens play crucial roles by preserving genetic diversity. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault, deep within the Arctic, stores seeds from around the world, safeguarding them against disaster. These collections act as memory banks for future generations, offering resources for breeding resilient crops and restoring ecosystems. Restoration ecology is another key pathway. Reforesting degraded lands, reintroducing native plants, protecting wetlands, and reviving grasslands all strengthen ecosystems. Mangrove restoration guards coastlines. Prairie restoration revives pollinators. Forest restoration brings back rainfall patterns and carbon sinks. Every plant returned to a damaged landscape becomes part of a healing process. The future of plants also includes cultural revival. Indigenous knowledge systems hold centuries of wisdom about sustainable harvesting, soil care, water cycles, and plant relationships. Modern science increasingly collaborates with indigenous communities, recognizing the depth of ecological understanding preserved in oral traditions, stories, and practices. Plants may even travel beyond Earth as humanity explores the moon, Mars, and deeper into space. Plants become essential partners for life support, providing oxygen, food, psychological comfort, and environmental balance. Experiments on the International Space Station show that plants can grow in microgravity, adjusting root orientation and leaf behavior. A future Martian greenhouse filled with green light and quiet leaves may be humanity's first garden on another world. Art and philosophy will continue to draw inspiration from plants. They symbolize growth, resilience, patience, and renewal. In a fast-paced world, the slow-living rhythm of plants offers a counterbalance, reminding us to breathe, to observe, to be present. The beauty of a leaf unfolding or a vine climbing becomes a lesson in gentleness and persistence. Education will play a vital role. Teaching children how to grow food, understand ecosystems, identify plants, and appreciate biodiversity nurtures future stewards of the earth. School gardens, science programs, and environmental storytelling connect new generations to the living world that supports them. Economies may shift as well. Plant-based materials, biodegradable plastics, natural fibers, and biofuels could reduce environmental impact. Mycelium-based packaging, bamboo construction, hemp textiles, and algae-derived energy represent emerging pathways towards sustainability. Ultimately, the future of plants and people depends on reciprocity. Plants give endlessly food, oxygen, shelter, beauty, medicine, and climate balance. In return, they require space, protection, diversity, and clean ecosystems. The partnership cannot remain one-sided. A thriving future is green. One where forests stand tall, where fields regenerate, where wetlands breathe, where cities bloom, and where humanity recognizes that its own survival is braided tightly with the health of the plant world. Plants remind us that life adapts, expands, and renews itself when given support. They teach that healing takes time and that balance is possible even after disruption. The future will not be shaped by technology alone, nor by nature alone, but by the harmony we create between them. In honoring plants, we honor the world that sustains us and open the possibility of a future where both people and ecosystems flourish. The story of plants does not end here. It continues with every seed planted, every tree protected, every field restored, and every moment we choose to care for the living world. Even after centuries of study, plants remain some of the most mysterious beings on Earth. We understand their chemistry, their growth patterns, and their structures, yet questions linger in the quiet spaces of the plant world. Questions that stretch beyond data and into wonder. Plants may not move quickly or speak aloud, but they hold secrets that challenge our assumptions about intelligence, perception, and life itself. Merci. One of the greatest mysteries is how plants sense their surroundings with such precision. Yet, they detect gravity, moisture, chemicals, light quality, neighboring roots, herbivore vibrations, and even subtle changes in atmospheric pressure. Yet they do all of this without a nervous system or brain. How cellular pathways and chemical gradients combine to create such remarkable awareness remains partially unknown. No mercy. Studies show that plants respond not only to light, but to different wavelengths in complex ways. Blue light guides growth direction. Red light influences flowering, far red light signals shade. Plants measure day length with astonishing accuracy using internal clocks that synchronize with the sun. How these systems evolved and how they interact remains a field of ongoing discovery. Another question surrounds plant communication. We know plants send airborne signals warning neighbors of danger. We know they transmit chemical messages through roots and mycorrhizal networks. We know electrical impulses travel through plant tissues faster than previously believed. But what is the full structure of this communication system? Is it language, memory, strategy, or something entirely different? Some plants detect sound vibrations. Studies show that certain species increase nectar production when exposed to the frequency of bee wings, as if rewarding pollinators. Others grow roots toward the sound of running water. But how does a plant perceive sound without ears? Which molecules act as sensors? These questions remain open mysteries. The possibility of plant memory raises further intrigue. Plants exposed to drought respond faster the next time. Mimosa plants learn to ignore harmless disturbances and remember this for weeks. Does this count as learning? What molecular traces encode these experiences? Scientists continue searching for these answers, exploring the frontier between biology and cognition. Plant movement also holds secrets. Some species perform rapid actions, snapping traps, curling leaves, launching seeds with explosive force. The biomechanics of these movements are known, but the triggers and internal decision processes remain partially obscure. How does a Venus flytrap evaluate repeated touches, deciding when to close? What internal calculation determines urgency? Seed dormancy carries mysteries as well. Some seeds remain viable for hundreds or thousands of years, waking only when certain cues appear. How do they protect DNA and cell structures for so long? What molecular switches decide when the time is right? Understanding these mechanisms could transform agriculture, conservation, and even space travel. Yes, trees raise even deeper questions. Some live for thousands of years, surviving drought, firestorms, and climate shifts. Their growth rings hold memories of past climates, yet how they maintain cellular integrity for millennia remains unclear. Do ancient trees use unique biochemistry to slow aging? How do they coordinate whole-body responses across such massive structures? And then, there is the forest itself. The ways trees cooperate, share resources, and communicate blur the line between individual and community. Is a forest a collection of organisms, or one organism composed of many bodies? What defines individuality when nutrients and signals flow across species? Nertonsod. Fungi add more layers of uncertainty. Mycorrhizal networks transport carbon, nitrogen, and information at scales comparable to neural networks. Some researchers even compare their complexity to primitive forms of cognition, though not consciousness. But how do fungi decide where to grow, how to allocate nutrients, or when to strengthen connections? The mechanics remain largely unknown. Plant consciousness is one of the most debated ideas. Most scientists agree plants do not have subjective experience as animals do. They lack nervous systems and neural architecture required for sensory processing. Yet their responsiveness, coordination, and problem-solving challenge our definitions of intelligence. Do we need a broader framework to understand plant behavior? Or should we interpret these traits strictly through biochemistry? The question continues to evolve. Let's suddenly another profound mystery lies in plant evolution. How did early algae transition from water to land across such harsh conditions? How did vascular systems, roots, leaves, seeds, and flowers emerge with such diversity? Why did angiosperms dominate ecosystems so rapidly? Missing links and sudden evolutionary explosions remain partially unexplained. Plants also complicate our understanding of time. Their slow movements reveal that life can operate on rhythms outside human perception. Signals that take minutes or hours feel immediate to a plant. Growth that seems still is full of invisible motion. Observing plants invites us to expand our sense of time. But how do internal clocks maintain such precision? How do plants track seasonal cues with near mathematical accuracy? Another enduring mystery surrounds plant microbe partnerships. Soil microbes influence plant health in ways far beyond what we can currently map. Just to beyond, this is concept some bacteria boost immunity. Some fungi act as information channels. Some microbes affect flowering timing or stress tolerance. The soil microbiome is so complex that scientists compare it to the human gut system, but on a planetary scale. Understanding these relationships could redefine agriculture, ecology, and medicine. Plants also transform environments dramatically. Mangroves build coastlines by trapping sediments. Peat moss stores enormous carbon reserves, shaping climate. Forests create rainfall patterns, but predicting how ecosystems respond to future conditions remains difficult. Complexity and interdependence conceal mechanisms we have not yet uncovered. And even plant coloration holds mysteries. Why do leaves change to such vivid hues in autumn? How do pigments shift so precisely? Why do some species turn red while others turn yellow? hypotheses exist, but the full evolutionary story remains incomplete. Don't trust. And perhaps most mysterious is the emotional connection humans feel toward plants. Why does standing beneath a tree bring calm? Why does touching soil soothe the mind? Why does watching a sprout emerge evoke hope? These responses run deeper than culture, suggesting ancient ties embedded through evolution. Science reveals much, but questions remain. Each question opens doors to new research, new ideas, and new appreciation for plants as dynamic living systems. The mysteries remind us that the world is still full of wonder, that despite our knowledge, life continues to surprise us. Plants whisper their secrets slowly. To understand them requires patience, observation, humility. And perhaps that is the greatest lesson they offer, that not all truths unfold quickly, that some forms of intelligence grow quietly, and that mystery itself is part of the beauty of life. Plants may seem quiet and passive, yet they perceive the world with a sensitivity far beyond what their stillness suggests. They feel light, direction, and color. They detect touch, pressure, and vibration. They sense chemicals drifting on the breeze and molecules seeping through the soil. Some even respond to sound. Without eyes, ears, noses, or nerves, plants have evolved unique sensory systems that allow them to navigate life with remarkable insight. Light is one of the most important signals for plants. They use photoreceptors to detect not only brightness, but specific wavelengths. Blue light guides Stimmilongation and orientation. Red and far red light regulate flowering, seed germination, and shade avoidance. Plants measure day length with near mathematical precision, using internal circadian clocks that synchronize with sunlight. This ability allows them to bloom at the right season, migrate leaves for maximum efficiency, and adjust growth depending on competition. Plants also perceive the direction of light. Phototropism causes stems to bend toward illumination, while roots often grow away from it. The hormone auxin redistributes within tissues, creating differential growth that guides movement. This bending is slow but purposeful and dance toward energy. Touch is another dimension of plant perception. The Venus flytrap reacts to 2 gentle touches within seconds, snapping its trap shut in one of the fastest movements in the plant kingdom. Sensitive plants like Mimosa pudica fold their leaves instantly when brushed, conserving energy and discouraging herbivore. Tendrils of climbing plants curl around supports, sensing every bump and angle as they grow. These tactile responses rely on changes in turgor pressure, electrical signaling, and hormonal shifts. Plants communicate through chemicals released into the air. Damaged leaves emit warning compounds, alerting neighbors to prepare defenses. Flowers release scents to attract pollinators, adjusting fragrance depending on time of day or visitor behavior. Roots exude chemicals to deter rivals, call for microbial allies, or alter soil structure. These signals form a chemical language that shapes entire ecosystems. Some plants use taste as a sensory tool. While they do not taste in the human sense, their root systems detect nutrient levels, acidity, toxins, and beneficial microbes. They adjust growth, accordingly expanding into fertile zones, withdrawing from contaminated areas, and forming alliances with fungi that extend their reach. Gravity is another essential cue. Gravitropism orients roots downward and shoots upward, using statolith's tiny dense particles within cells that settle in response to gravity. This settling triggers hormonal changes guiding the plant towards stability and proper orientation. Even in altered gravity conditions such as spaceflight plants adapt using alternative pathways to maintain growth direction. Moisture perception, perhaps their most crucial survival tool, allows roots to grow toward water, a behavior known as hydrotropism. Roots sense tiny differences in water availability and adjust their growth in real time. This helps plants survive drought, seek underground reservoirs, and avoid desiccation. Plants also detect temperature. They sense cold to trigger protective responses such as antifreeze proteins and changes in membrane structure. Finalisation, the requirement of winter cold to initiate spring flowering, ensures plants bloom at the right time. Heat triggers other adaptations, closing stomata, adjusting metabolism, or altering leaf orientation to reduce stress. One of the most surprising senses attributed to plants is hearing. While plants do not have ears, they respond to vibrations and frequencies. Research shows that certain flowers increase nectar production when exposed to the buzzing frequency of pollinators. Roots grown near the sound of running water orient themselves toward it, even when physical moisture is absent. Vibrational cues may help plants identify herbivore chewing, allowing them to activate defenses quickly. The mechanisms behind these responses remain mysterious, but they suggest plants perceive sound in their own biological language. Yes, electroreception is another emerging area of study. Plants generate electrical impulses that move across tissues in response to damage light changes or environmental stress. These signals coordinate systemic responses, much like a primitive nervous system, albeit much slower and chemically mediated. The full complexity of this electrical communication is only beginning to be understood. Plants also sense special constraints. When a seedling grows in a crowded environment, it detects far red light reflected from neighboring leaves, signaling the presence of competitors. This triggers shade avoidance, elongating stems and altering leaf angles to reach available light. Crowding shapes behavior long before physical contact occurs. Chemical awareness extends into symbiotic relationships. Leguma roots detect chemical signals from nitrogen-fixing bacteria, inviting them into root nodules, where the bacteria convert atmospheric nitrogen into usable nutrients. This sophisticated exchange requires recognition, communication, and mutual trust between species. Plants perceive pathogens as well, recognizing molecular markers of bacterial or fungal invaders. They activate immune responses, producing antimicrobial compounds, strengthening cell walls, or signaling distant tissues to prepare defenses. This innate immunity shares similarities with animal immune systems, though evolved independently. Even time becomes a sense for plants. Their circadian rhythms anticipate dawn and dusk, regulating photosynthesis, hormone release, and growth cycles. Plants kept in constant darkness still open and close leaves at predicted intervals following their internal clocks. These sensory abilities reveal plants as active participants in their world, not passive green forms, but beings constantly listening, responding, adjusting, and making choices. To witness a plant's senses is to realize that perception is not limited to vision, or hearing, or touch as humans know them. Life finds many ways to know the world, and plants have mastered pathways, subtle, quiet, and profound. Their perception invites us to reconsider our definitions of intelligence, awareness, and connection. Plants show that sensitivity does not require speed, that listening can happen in silence, and that life perceives far more than we ever imagined. The plants live in a different tempo than humans, a slower, quieter rhythm that unfolds gradually, yet with astonishing precision. While we measure life in minutes, hours, and days, plants experience time and growth cycles, light changes, seasons, and internal clocks that guide every movement and transformation. To understand plants is to shift our sense of time, to enter a world where stillness is full of motion and silence is full of rhythm. Time-lapse photography reveals what human eyes cannot see in real time. Stems sway, leaves reposition buds, unfurl roots, explore soil, and flowers open with gentle spirals. What appears static is in fact choreography occurring at a pace too slow for our perception. Through accelerated footage, plants come alive as dancers following rhythms we rarely notice. Then, plants measure time using circadian rhythms, internal biological clocks that keep a roughly 24-hour cycle. Even if kept in total darkness, many plants raise and lower leaves, open and close flowers, and modulate photosynthesis. According to these internal cycles, their clocks synchronize with sunrise and sunset, allowing them to anticipate dawn, to prepare for night, and to coordinate cellular processes efficiently. This rhythmic sense of time guides countless functions. Photosynthesis begins before sunrise as enzymes prepare to capture light. Flowers that attract day, active pollinators open in morning, while those courting moths wait for dusk. Some plants adjust water use, depending on time of day, minimizing loss in heat and optimizing growth during cooler hours. Every action follows an internal schedule, shaped by millions of years of evolution. Plants also measure seasonal time through photoperiodism, sensing the length of day and night with extraordinary precision. Long day plants bloom in summer, when days stretch long. Short day plants bloom in fall or early spring, when nights grow longer. Day-neutral plants respond to other cues, but even they use light cycles to guide development. This sensitivity ensures survival. Flowering at the wrong time could mean scarcity of pollinators, frost damage, or wasted energy. By reading daylight, plants time reproduction with exquisite accuracy. Temperature also shapes time. Seeds use cold exposure to break dormancy, waking only after winter has passed. Buds monitor cumulative warmth before opening, avoiding premature growth during brief warm spells. Trees track seasonal changes through a combination of daylight temperature and hormonal signals, orchestrating leaf drop and regrowth. Roots follow their own timeline, exploring soil according to moisture, nutrients, and competition. Their growth may surge at night when above-ground tissues rest, conserving energy. The plant quietly divides tasks, allocating different hours to different systems, balancing demands and conserving resources. Plants remember timescales we cannot perceive. They hold cellular memories of droughts, adjusting future responses. They retain seasonal information using epigenetic marks that guide flowering timing year after year. Forests embody centuries of seasonal cycles stored in rings, bark, soil, and the genetic rhythms of every organism within them. Some plants follow remarkably long time scales. Bamboo species flower only once every several decades, then die synchronously across entire regions. Certain desert seeds remain dormant for centuries, awaiting rare rains. Giant sequoias grow for thousands of years, marking time not through clocks, but through rings thicker than human history. Mesa pensant. Time for plants is also relational. They respond not only to the environment, but to each other. Chemical signals travel slowly across the forest, triggering shifts in behavior days or weeks before threats fully arrive. Plants adapt to long-term patterns of rainfall, fire, and migration, forming ecosystems shaped over millennia. Their timelines stretch far beyond human lifespans. Dognan, Chiptos, even growth embodies time. A sprout emerging from soil represents days of preparation underground. A flower blooming shows weeks of development hidden in buds. A tree trunk holds centuries of storms, droughts, and seasons compressed into rings like pages of a living diary. Notice, in this slow temporal world, plants teach a different way of being. They remind us that change is not always immediate, that progress can be steady, gentle, and persistent, that timing is as important as effort, and that life often moves forward even when movement is invisible. To sit beside a plant or tree is to enter a slower timeline. The air shifts subtly as leaves adjust. Light angles change. A bud expands by fractions of a millimeter. Roots deepen grain by grain. The plant is always becoming, but never rushing. Humans often chase speed, efficiency, and rapid transformation. Plants offer another perspective, one anchored in patience, observation, resilience, and timing. Their lives unfold in harmony with Earth's larger cycles, sunrise and sunset, solstice and equinox, rain and drought, warmth and cold. In the quiet rhythms of plant time, we can find reflections of our own cycles, seasons of growth, rest, change, and renewal. Plants remind us that life does not unfold in a straight line, but in spirals, waves, and breaths. That growth can be slow. That rest is part of progress, and that time is not an enemy, but a companion, guiding transformation gently and inevitably. Plants reveal that the true tempo of life is not measured in haste, but in harmony. And when we learn to listen to their rhythm, the world feels calmer, clearer, and infinitely more alive. The plants have inspired human imagination for as long as humans have created stories, symbols, and art. Long before written language, people carved leaves into stone, painted flowers on cave walls, and wove branches into ritual objects. Plants were not background decoration, they were living symbols shaping myth, spirituality, identity, and creativity across civilizations. In many cultures, trees represent life itself. The world tree appears in mythology, from the Norse Yggdrasil to the Mayan Siba, from the Turkic Axis Mundi to the Indian Ashvata. These trees stand at the center of the cosmos, connecting heaven, earth, and the underworld. Their roots anchor creation, their branches hold the sky, their trunks serve as pathways between realms. Such symbols reveal how deeply humans sense the power and endurance of tree. Flowers carry meanings that shift across time and place. In ancient Egypt, the blue lotus symbolized rebirth and the rising sun. In China, the peony represented wealth and honor. In Japan, cherry blossoms became emblems of impermanence, the fragile beauty of life's fleeting moments. In Europe, roses carried layers of symbolism: love, purity, secrecy, devotion, depending on color and context. Through flowers, people expressed emotions beyond words, creating a silent language of petals and scent. Plants appear at the center of rituals and ceremonies. Olive branches mark peace. Laurel wreaths crown champions. Incense plants accompany prayer in temples and shrines. Zagacedar and Palo Santo are burned in purification rituals in indigenous and spiritual traditions. Herbs like basil, mint, rosemary, and bay leaf hold culinary, cultural, and symbolic roles, blending nourishment with meaning. In literature, plants often symbolize a growth, transformation, wisdom, or time. Poets write of gardens as sanctuaries for thought, leaves as metaphors for aging seasons, as mirrors of human emotion. Forests become settings for myth and magic places, where characters confront fears, receive guidance, or encounter the unknown. From ancient epics to modern novels, plants anchor the human experience in the natural world. Visual art across eras reflects deep fascination with plants. Medieval manuscripts feature intricate botanical borders. Renaissance painters immortalized fruit and flowers as symbols of abundance or mortality. Still life paintings explore the transient beauty of petals and ripening fruit, capturing the tension between life and decay. Islamic art often portrays stylized vines and geometric floral patterns, reflecting both natural beauty and spiritual harmony. Japanese ukiyo-e prints depict cherry blossoms falling like pink snow across landscapes, reminding viewers of life's impermanence. Botanical illustration emerged as both science and art. Explorers and naturalists sketched detailed plant forms, preserving knowledge of exotic species discovered around the world. These illustrations became vital scientific documents while expressing artistic talent in line, color, and shading. Even today, botanical art blends accuracy with beauty, honoring the complexity of plant life. Gardens represent one of humanity's most enduring artistic collaborations with plants. From Persian paradise gardens, symbolizing harmony, to Zen rock gardens, designed for contemplation, from Victorian conservatories, showcasing exotic species, to modern botanical gardens offering education and refuge. Every garden reflects cultural values, creativity, and connection to nature. Number 2. Plants shape architecture and design. Columns in ancient temples mimic bundled reeds. Decorative motifs borrow from leaves, spirals, petals, and vines. Modern biophilic design integrates plants into buildings to improve air quality, mood, and well-being, echoing the instinctive human desire to live among greenery. Culinary traditions are deeply entwined with plant culture. Spices like cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, cardamom, and saffron once sparked global exploration and trade wars, shaping world history. Tea ceremonies in Japan, China, and Morocco elevate plant leaves to the center of social ritual. Coffee houses became birthplaces of culture, debate, and creativity. Chocolate derived from cacao seeds held sacred significance in Mesoamerica, long before becoming a global pleasure. Spiritual traditions also view plants as teachers. Indigenous communities often honor certain plants as guides in healing or vision-seeking ceremonies. Sacred groves protected for centuries serve as places of worship and biodiversity refuges. Some cultures plant a tree when a child is born, marking life's beginning with a growing companion that stands witness across generations. Plants carry memory and heritage. Family recipes rely on specific herbs, Traditional clothing uses plant-based dyes, producing colors tied to local landscapes. Festivals celebrate seasonal blooms from Japan's Sakura Matsuri to India's springtime Holi. Even language reflects botany. Even language reflects botany. Words like root, branch, blossom, flourish, seedling, harvest, grow appear in metaphors of identity and hope. Folklore is full of enchanted plants, trees that speak or guard treasures, flowers that bloom under moonlight. The purpose on the trial, under moonlight, herbs that ward off evil, veins that reveal hidden paths. These stories show how plants inhabit imagination as companions in magic, wonder, and transformation. In modern culture, plants continue to inspire. Botanical motifs appear in fashion, tattoos, home decor, film, and music. Houseplants become companions, offering calm in busy urban life. Nature journaling, photography, and painting celebrate leaves, veins, textures, and forms. People cultivate gardens on balconies, windowsills, and rooftops, reconnecting with rhythms of growth in small, intimate ways. Plants remain powerful symbols. Resilience, renewal, peace, nostalgia, belonging. They root us in place while reminding us of cycles larger than ourselves. They invite us to slow down, observe, breathe, and participate in beauty that grows quietly. Across time and cultures, plants are more than background scenery. They are muses, symbols, teachers, and connectors, bridging human experience with the natural world. Through them, artists express emotion, cultures, preserve memory, and individuals find meaning in the patterns of life. Plants continue to inspire because they mirror truths about existence, growth, fragility, strength, transformation, and the enduring harmony between life and earth. The plant kingdom is full of surprises, wild inventions crafted by evolution, where life bends rules, stretches possibilities, and defies expectations. Beyond the familiar leaves and flowers lies a world of carnivorous traps, parasitic threads, explosive seeds, a species so strange they seem born from science fiction. These plants challenge our ideas of what life can be, showing that the green world is far more diverse, inventive, and astonishing than it appears. Carnivorous plants represent some of the most dramatic deviations from typical plant behavior. In nutrient-poor soils where roots struggle to find nitrogen, these plants turned to an alternative strategy, consuming insects and sometimes even larger creatures. The Venus flytrap closes its jaw-like leaves when two hairs are touched in rapid succession, a sophisticated mechanism that prevents wasted energy on false alarms. Once shut, it secretes enzymes to digest its prey, absorbing nutrients before reopening days later. Pitcher plants use a different approach, offering nectar along slippery rims that lead insects into pools of digestive fluid. Their downward-pointing hairs prevent escape, turning these plants into elegant yet deadly biological traps. Some pitcher plants even form mutualisms with animals such as tree shrews who feed on nectar and in return deposit nutrient-rich waste into the pitcher. Lundos capture prey with glistening sticky droplets on tentacle-like structures. When an insect becomes trapped, the plant slowly curls its tentacles around it, securing the meal with delicate precision. These carnivores reveal that plants are not passive beings, but problem solvers adapting creatively to harsh environments. Parasitic plants take another unusual path, abandoning photosynthesis entirely or partially. A thin orange vine detects chemical signals from host plants and grows toward them, wrapping around stems and inserting haustoria to steal nutrients. Once attached, daughter disconnects from its own roots, becoming a tap into another plant's life. Rafflesia produces the world's largest flower and lacks leaves, stems, or true roots, living directly inside a host vine. Its enormous bloom, often over a meter, emits a scent resembling rotting flesh, attracting flies for pollination. Despite its grotesque aroma, its biology remains mysterious, with no visible plant body except the monstrous flower. The ghost plant, Monotropa uniflora, is another marvel. Although white and entirely devoid of chlorophyll, it cannot photosynthesize. Instead, it parasitizes fungi, which themselves obtain nutrients from tree roots, creating a strange three-way exchange of energy among forest organisms. These spectral plants appear like apparitions on the forest floor, glowing faintly in the dim understory. Explosive dispersal adds another category of botanical oddities. The sandbox tree, known as the dynamite tree, launches seeds with force so strong they can cause injury to anyone too close. Touch-me-not plants have seed pods that burst open at the slightest pressure, flinging seeds meters away. These mechanisms evolved to spread offspring far and wide, using mechanical tension for dramatic results. The Wawicha plant of the Namib Desert is one of Earth's strangest survivors. It grows only 2 leaves during its entire life, yet these leaves continue expanding for centuries, sometimes over 1,000 years. Wind, heat, and sand tear them into ribbons, creating forms both chaotic and mesmerizing. This ancient plant persists in extreme deserts where few others endure, drinking fog from the air through its rough surfaces. Baobab trees look like they were planted upside down, with roots stretching skyward. Their massive trunks store thousands of liters of water, allowing survival through long dry seasons. Some baobabs live for more than 2,000 years, acting as reservoirs, landmarks, and gathering places. Their hollow interiors often shelter animals, and sometimes even serve as human meeting spaces. The dragon's blood tree of Socotra spreads its canopy like an umbrella to capture mist and channel it down its trunk. Its crimson sap, once used as dye and medicine, gives the tree an otherworldly presence on a landscape already filled with alien-looking flora. Some plants mimic stones. Litop's small succulents from Africa resemble pebbles, allowing them to hide from herbivores. Their bodies contain translucent windows that let light reach photosynthetic tissues buried safely underground. To a casual glance, they look like part of the desert floor, but up close they reveal intricate patterns and subtle colors. Others mimic insects. The orchid, Genus ofries, produces flowers that resemble female insects in shape, texture, and scent, tricking males into attempting to mate with them. This pollination strategy is a masterclass in deception, using appearance and chemistry to manipulate animal behavior. Then, there are plants that communicate through heat. Titan arum, the corpse flower, generates heat to volatilize its carrion, like scent, attracting pollinators from far distances. Its bloom, the largest unbranched inflorescence in the world, can reach 3 meters tall and appears only rarely, drawing crowds whenever it opens. The elk. Some plants fold time into their biology. The resurrection plant Selaginella can survive decades without water curling into a brown dormant ball. With a single touch of moisture, it unfurls, becoming green and alive within hours, demonstrating astonishing desiccation tolerance. Then, there are giants, the true titans of the plant kingdom. Giant sequoias with trunks wider than buses rise into the sky and live for thousands of years. Coastal redwoods grow even taller, nearly reaching the height limits of water transport. Their crowns host ecosystems of ferns, mosses, and small trees high above the ground. Plants push boundaries in quiet ways. They find life in boiling springs, frozen tundra-deep caves, salty marshes, acidic bogs, and wind-swept mountains. They bend physics, chemistry, and ecology to their needs, creating forms that seem improbable yet thrive through subtle adaptation. These unusual species remind us that the plant kingdom is not uniform or predictable. It is a laboratory of evolution, full of experiments ranging from elegant to bizarre, from delicate to monstrous, from microscopic to colossal. See? They challenge our assumptions about what a plant is, or must be, showing that life's creativity has no limits. Through them, we learn that adaptation can take countless forms. Intelligence can look unlike anything familiar, and possibility extends far beyond what we imagine. Plants become portals into a broader understanding of nature's inventiveness, revealing that the green world is not simple or quiet, but endlessly innovative and deeply alive. As humanity looks beyond Earth toward the moon, Mars, and deeper into the cosmos, plants become essential companions for life among the stars. They provide food, oxygen, psychological comfort, and connection to Earth's rhythms. But growing plants in space is not simply gardening in a new location. It is a frontier of science, challenging our understanding of gravity, light, water, and biology. Plants evolved entirely under Earth's conditions. When those conditions are altered, their behavior reveals surprising adaptations and mysteries. Microgravity is the first major challenge. On Earth, gravity guides roots downward and shoots upward. In space, this cue disappears. Yet plants still manage to orient themselves using alternative signals, such as light, moisture, internal pressure, and chemical gradients. Experiments aboard the International Space Station show that plants can grow normally, even without gravity, developing leaves, stems, roots, and flowers, though with subtle differences in structure. That roots in microgravity often grow in looping patterns, searching for cues that no longer exist. Without weight, water clings to surfaces, forming floating droplets that behave unpredictably. This complicates irrigation and oxygen delivery to roots. Specialized systems such as moisture wicks, absorbent substrates, and air circulation fans help provide consistent hydration and airflow. Space gardens require engineering as much as biology. Light behaves differently in space as well. Without atmospheric scattering, light is sharper, more intense, and directionless inside spacecraft. LED systems provide tailored wavelengths to support photosynthesis and regulate circadian rhythms. Plants respond strongly to light, color, and microgravity, adjusting growth patterns to new environments. Phototropism becomes a crucial substitute for gravitropism, guiding orientation. Experiments with Arabidopsis, lettuce, sweet potatoes, and dwarf fruit trees reveal that many species can complete entire life cycles in orbit. Some even produce seeds that germinate normally on Earth. This suggests that plants can adapt across generations to extraterrestrial conditions, though long-term evolutionary outcomes remain unknown. On the Moon and Mars, pose challenges multiply. Both worlds have significantly lower gravity than Earth. The moon lacks atmosphere and liquid water, while Mars has thin air, harsh radiation, and extreme cold, and soil rich in toxic perchlorates. Yet these environments still inspire visions of future greenhouses, protected beneath domes, regolith shielding, or underground habitats. Honestly, radiation is one of the greatest threats. Without Earth's magnetic field and thick atmosphere, cosmic rays and solar particles damage DNA, disrupt cell processes, and inhibit growth. To protect plants, future space habitats may use water walls, soil layers, ice shields, or engineered protective coatings. Some scientists explore modifying plants with genes from extremophiles organisms that thrive in high radiation environments. Martian soil offers fascinating possibilities. Though toxic in raw form, it contains minerals needed for plant growth. By removing perchlorates and supplementing organic material, Martian regolith could one day support agriculture. Experiments on Earth using simulated Martian soil have successfully grown crops such as peas, tomatoes, and leafy greens. Combined with hydroponic or aeroponic systems, this opens the door to Martian farming, closed-loop life. Support systems rely on plants to recycle air and water. Through photosynthesis, plants convert carbon dioxide exhaled by astronauts into oxygen, while transpiration contributes to internal humidity that can be condensed into water. Such systems could reduce the need for resupply missions, enabling long-term space habitation. Beyond technology, plants carry emotional value in space. Astronauts often describe profound comfort when tending to seedlings aboard the ISS. The presence of green life in metal, enclosed environments provides psychological grounding, a reminder of Earth and its rhythms. Watching a leaf unfurl or a flower bloom becomes a moment of calm connection and wonder amid the vast emptiness outside. Future missions may include plant bioreactors that produce medicines, vitamins, and specialized compounds. Edible vaccines engineered into plants could offer medical benefits in remote environments. Some researchers envision algae-based oxygen generators and protein-rich plant systems replacing traditional food rations. Terraforming, the idea of modifying a planet such as Mars to support Earth-like life, remains speculative and controversial. Plants would play a central role in any such vision, gradually altering atmospheric composition and soil structure. But ethical, environmental, and technical complexities make this a distant concept. For now, sustainable enclosed habitats represent the realistic path. The first human settlement on Mars will likely grow small, hardy plants within climate-controlled modules, using LED lights, water recycling systems, and closed air loops. Over time, these green spaces may expand into larger farms supporting communities. Walking through a Martian greenhouse with red dust outside and green leaves rustling under artificial light could become one of the most iconic experiences of humanity's future. In the far future, plants may accompany humans on journeys to icy moons, orbital habitats, or interstellar missions. They would provide nourishment, beauty, and a reminder that even as we travel through the cosmos, we remain rooted in the biology of Earth. Plants teach us adaptability, patience, and resilience. Their ability to adjust to new environments offers hope that life can extend beyond our planet. As humanity reaches outward, plants will likely go with us, not only because we need them, but because our stories are intertwined. Oh, the green world that shaped our evolution may one day shape our future among the stars, reminding us that wherever we go, we carry Earth within us. Plants invite us into a different understanding of existence, one that does not rely on speed, noise, or constant action. They are masters of being rather than doing, showing that life can unfold gently and meaningfully without urgency. Their stillness is not emptiness but presence. Their slow growth is not weakness but patience. Their silence is not absence but awareness expressed in another language. To contemplate plants is to contemplate time. They stretch across seasons, years, and centuries, moving at a pace that dissolves human impatience. A tree does not rush to grow nor cling to its leaves when autumn arrives. It lets go gracefully, trusting cycles larger than itself. This trust in change offers a lesson about acceptance, reminding us that transformation is natural, not something to fear. Now, plants inhabit a philosophy of enough. They take only what they need: sunlight, water, minerals, space. They do not hoard or conquer. They adjust to what is available, bending toward opportunity rather than forcing domination. Their growth is both ambitious, reaching toward the sun, and humble, grounded in the soil. In many philosophical traditions, plants symbolize wisdom precisely because they endure quietly. The Taoist concept of wu-wei, effortless action, mirrors the way plants navigate life. They do not resist the wind, yet they withstand storms. They do not chase nourishment, yet they create what they need from light, air, and earth. They achieve without struggling, and transform without forcing. Plants also embody interdependence. Their lives are woven into networks of fungi, microbes, insects, and animals. A forest is not an individual, but a community. Roots share water, leaves share shade, fungi transmit nutrients, pollinators exchange gifts. No plant survives alone, not truly. This interconnectedness mirrors human relationships, showing that strength emerges from connection, not isolation. Philosophers and poets often look to plants for metaphors about the self. A seed contains potential unseen yet powerful, reminding us that beginnings often look small. Roots symbolize identity, the hidden structures that anchor us. Branches represent choices, possibilities, directions taken or abandoned. Flowers represent expression, creativity, the blossoming of inner life. Fruit symbolizes consequence, nourishment, legacy. These metaphors resonate because plant life mirrors human experience in subtle, profound ways. Plants encourage presence. To observe a leaf catching light or a vine slowly curling around a support is to be reminded of the beauty in the ordinary. The world becomes richer when we tune into these quiet details. Plants ask nothing of us except attention, and in offering it we find calm, clarity, and perspective. And their silence becomes a form of communication. They speak through color, posture, growth, and resilience. A wilting leaf tells a story of thirst. A curling vine tells a story of exploration. A blooming flower tells a story of readiness. While they do not speak in words, their expressions are unmistakable when we learn to see them. Plants also embody acceptance of limitation. A tree cannot move from its spot. A flower cannot chase pollinators. Yet within these limits they carve out full, vibrant lives. They adapt, shape their environments, and persist. This suggests a philosophical truth that freedom is not the absence of boundaries, but the ability to flourish within them. Their patience is immense. A bristlecone pine may grow an inch in a decade yet survive for thousands of years. A seed may sleep for a century before awakening. A forest may rebuild itself slowly after fire. Plants remind us that progress does not require haste, and that endurance often outlasts intensity. Their generosity, too, is profound. Plants give oxygen, food, shelter, shade, medicine, beauty, and stability. They give without expectation. They support ecosystems quietly, continuously, unfailingly. Their form of giving shows that contribution need not be loud or dramatic to be meaningful. Plants also embody the paradox of fragility and strength. A flower-petal bruises easily, yet its species may survive ice ages. A leaf tears in the wind, yet the tree stands for centuries. This duality reflects the nature of life itself, tender and resilient at once. Spiritual traditions often find enlightenment in observing plants. Zen monks meditate in gardens where stones, water, and plants reflect harmony. Indigenous teachings show respect for plant spirits, recognizing their role as teachers and relatives. Sufi poetry draws parallels between divine love and the blossoming of a rose. Across cultures, plants guide introspection, humility, and awe. Plants also challenge human-centered perspectives. We tend to measure intelligence through movement, language, and speed. Yet plants demonstrate forms of awareness, decision-making, and adaptation beyond our usual definitions. They show that life does not need a brain to be mindful or intentional. Their philosophy asks us to expand our understanding of consciousness beyond human boundary. By observing plants, we learn that life is not a race, but a rhythm. Growth is not linear, but cyclical. Strength is not force, but persistence. Wisdom is not loud, but quiet. And existence is not separate, but interconnected. Plants invite us into a worldview where patience is power, presence is wisdom, and being is enough. They remind us that all things grow in their own time, that beauty emerges slowly, and that life thrives not through noise but through harmony. To sit with a plant is to sit with a teacher. To walk through a forest is to walk through a library of quiet truths. And to understand plants is to glimpse a philosophy of living that brings peace, meaning, and gentle alignment with the world. Minds, cultures, and civilizations. They fed us, clothed us, sheltered us, healed us, and reminded us of balance and patience. In their presence we find calm. In their growth we find metaphor. In their resilience we find hope. As we reach the final chapter of this journey, it becomes clear that plants are not just background scenery, but quiet teachers offering truths essential for our future. One of the greatest lessons plants offer is patience. They grow slowly, trusting the process rather than forcing it. They show that transformation need not be rushed, that unfolding in one's own time is both natural and wise. In a world that values speed, plants remind us of the beauty of deliberate progress. And they also teach resilience. A tree stands through storms, drought, heat, and frost. It may lose branches, suffer wounds, or bear scars, yet continues growing upward year after year. Plants adapt to darkness, wind, competition, and damage with creativity and persistence. Their survival mirrors the quiet strength within every living being. And plants teach us regeneration. A forest burned by fire can return greener than before. A cut stem may root and sprout again. A seed long dormant may awaken when conditions are right. These cycles show that endings are rarely final, and that renewal emerges from places we least expect. They reveal the power of stillness. Plants support entire ecosystems not through motion but through presence. Their silence stabilizes landscapes, moderates climate, and sustains life. From their example, we learn that impact does not require noise, that influence can be gentle and enduring. Plants embody interdependence. They form relationships with fungi, bacteria, insects, birds, animals, and with one another. They support their communities through shared resources and cooperative strategies. This deep interconnectedness echoes truths about our own lives, reminding us that humans too thrive through connection, reciprocity, and care. They show generosity. Plants give oxygen, food, medicine, shelter, shade, fibers, fuel, and beauty freely, without expectation. Their existence is an offering to life itself. When we recognize this generosity, we cultivate gratitude and responsibility toward the natural world. Plants invite mindfulness. Watching a leaf move in sunlight, a flower open at dawn, or a root explore the soil draws us into presence. These quiet moments align us with the rhythms of life, encouraging reflection and awareness. And plants also challenge assumptions about intelligence and perception. Their sensing systems detect light, sound, chemicals, gravity, touch, and time with extraordinary nuance. Though they do not think as humans do, their behavior reveals forms of awareness that broaden our understanding of life. Through them we learn humility, realizing that intelligence is not limited to brains or movement. They remind us of impermanence. Flowers bloom beautifully yet briefly. Leaves fall when their time ends. Seasons turn through cycles of growth and rest. Plants show that change is natural and that letting go can be graceful. Yet they also embody continuity. Forests hold centuries within their rings. Seeds carry legacy across generations. Ancient species persist through epochs of climate and culture. Plants anchor the flow of time, offering a sense of place and persistence even as the world shifts. For humanity's future, plants hold essential guidance. They show the importance of caring for Earth, its soil, water, air, and biodiversity. They reveal that sustainability is not a trend, but a necessity rooted in the way life itself operates. Through agriculture, ecology, medicine, and culture, plants remain central to our well-being. Protecting them means protecting ourselves. In a noisy, hurried world, plants bring softness, reminding us to breathe slowly, to listen deeply, to live gently. In their quiet existence, we find clarity. In their resilience, we find courage. In their beauty, we find meaning. In their cycles, we find truth. As this journey comes to an end, imagine the presence of a single tree, or a small houseplant, or a field stretching beneath the sky. Notice how it simply exists, steady, grounded, patient, alive. It asks for little yet gives so much. The life within it mirrors the life within you. A quiet, continuous unfolding shaped by light, roots, time, and possibility. Plants do not hurry yet everything is accomplished. They do not speak yet, they teach endlessly. They do not travel yet, they shape worlds. Their philosophy is written not in words, but in growth, in cycles, in silent generosity. And perhaps that is their final lesson, that life does not need to be loud to be meaningful, that healing unfolds slowly, that connection is everywhere, and that even in stillness there is profound movement. Leah, as you close this chapter, take their wisdom with you. Grow gently, root deeply, reach upward, let go when needed, adapt when challenged, rest when tired, blossom when ready, and remember that you are part of the same living tapestry, a thread woven into the quiet green breath of earth. Yes,